Hey guys, tonight we're exploring ancient geoglyphs in this world that defy all explanation. Ancient designs, too massive to be seen from the ground, intricate patterns etched into the earth by hands long past, and messages that perhaps weren't meant for us at all. These aren't just myths or legends. These are real, documented mysteries that archaeologists and historians still struggle to understand. How were they made? Who made them? And perhaps the most unsettling question of all, what else is still out there, waiting to be found? From colossal figures in the desert to sprawling geometric patterns across vast plains. So, before drifting deep into some of the strangest ancient artwork of our world, take a moment to like the video and subscribe if you enjoy our content. And tell us in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. It's always a joy to see how many people from around the world are ready for this journey. Now, dim the lights, close your eyes, feel your body deeply relax, leaving the tiring day behind, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Our journey begins in the vast deserts of Peru, a place famous for its towering mountains and ancient civilizations. But as impressive as those ruins are, they hold secrets etched into the very earth, secrets far older and far stranger. The real mystery lies in the ground itself. The landscape is a canvas for shapes so massive, some stretching for miles, that they can only truly be appreciated from the sky. The question is, who etched them there, and why? The quest to answer that question opens up a fascinating debate. Now, let's explore the main theories, the physical evidence we have, and the glaring problems that no explanation seems to solve. Our journey truly begins, and perhaps finds its most iconic expression, in the vast arid plains of Peru. This is where the world first truly grappled with the mystery of geoglyphs, a mystery known as the Nazca Lines. Imagine, if you will, flying high above an immense desert, a landscape of ochre and sand stretching to the horizon, and suddenly, beneath you, a sight emerges that takes your breath away. Not a natural formation, but something undeniably created on a scale that beggars belief. These are the Nazca Lines, an extraordinary collection of ancient geoglyphs. Vast designs etched into the desert floor, so enormous they can only be fully appreciated from hundreds of feet in the air. For centuries, they lay largely unnoticed, their true majesty hidden from ground-level eyes, camouflaged by the vastness of their canvas. It wasn't until the advent of flight, in the early 20th century, that their profound existence began to reveal itself. Pilots, flying over the Nazca Pampa, a plateau between the Nazca and Palpa valleys, looked down and saw impossible shapes, perfect lines, geometric figures, and incredible animal forms sprawling across the earth. The very idea that such intricate artistry could be so vast and yet so invisible from the ground level ignited a global fascination, a soft whisper of wonder that continues to echo through time. The initial discovery sparked immediate awe and a deep sense of bewilderment. How could ancient peoples, without the benefit of hot air balloons or airplanes, have created such precise and enormous drawings? And more importantly, why would they? These questions lie at the heart of the Nazca enigma, inviting us to contemplate a worldview far removed from our own, a world where the horizon might have held far more meaning than we can now readily grasp. The sheer audacity of the creation, coupled with the profound mystery of its purpose, makes the Nazca Lines one of humanity's most captivating archaeological puzzles. As we gently drift over this ancient tapestry, letting the desert breeze whisper softly, let's allow our minds to absorb the details of some of the most famous figures each one a silent guardian of secrets, each one a silent guardian of secrets, etched into the very fabric of time. One of the most beloved and instantly recognizable is the hummingbird. Its delicate form, with its long, slender beak and elegant wings, stretches for nearly 100 meters, a testament to intricate design and immense scale. Imagine the patience, the dedication required to render such a fleeting creature in such a monumental and permanent way across such a vast expanse of land. Its wings, tail, and tiny feet are outlined with remarkable clarity, an avian masterpiece carved into the desert. What message did this swift messenger hold for its creators? Was it a symbol of fertility, a guide to water, or perhaps a representation of a deity or a constellation in the night sky? We can only wonder and let our imaginations take flight alongside it, carried by the quiet winds. Then, nearby, we encounter the playful and intriguing monkey. This figure is almost as long as the hummingbird, with its spiraling tail curling gracefully, an iconic feature that brings a smile to the contemplation. The monkey, a creature often associated with intelligence and agility in many ancient cultures, seems to dance across the desert floor, a joyful, yet mysterious, presence. Its hands and feet, clearly delineated, add to its charm, inviting us to imagine the lives and beliefs of the people who chose this specific animal to immortalize. For the ancient Nazca people, animals often held significant spiritual or ceremonial meaning. Perhaps this monkey represented a connection to the natural world, a source of vital resources, or even a specific star grouping. The sheer artistry of its creation, particularly the long, beautifully coiled tail, hints at a sophisticated understanding of proportion and perspective, even without an aerial viewpoint to guide them. It's a quiet marvel of ancient engineering and artistic vision. And further still, we find the elegant spider. This 8-legged arachnid, though often a creature that evokes fear, is rendered here with a fascinating precision, its legs extending gracefully over many meters, a delicate yet powerful presence. The Nazca spider is particularly interesting, not just for its distinctive form, but for its potential astronomical significance. Some researchers believe its long, winding legs may point to important celestial events or constellations, or perhaps even represent a specific star pattern important to their agricultural cycles. This suggests that these geoglyphs were not merely art, but potentially served as a vast open-air observatory, a sophisticated calendar etched onto the land itself. The quiet meticulousness of its design, contrasted with its immense size, invites us to consider the profound connection these ancient people had with both the earth beneath their feet and the silent, shimmering stars above their heads, drawing patterns that bridged the terrestrial and the celestial. As we continue our gentle journey over the Nazca plains, letting the quiet desert winds carry us, our gaze falls upon other extraordinary figures, each adding a unique thread to this ancient tapestry of earth art. One of the most enigmatic is often referred to as the astronaut, or sometimes the owl man. This human-like figure, etched onto a gentle hillside, stands distinct from the animal geoglyphs. Its simple, stylized form seems to be gazing skyward, an eternal observer. What did this figure represent for the Nazca people? Was it a representation of a shaman or a spiritual guide, connecting the earthly realm with the celestial? Or perhaps a deity from their pantheon, forever looking up at the cosmos? The mystery of its purpose only deepens the sense of wonder, inviting us to softly contemplate the ancient beliefs that might have inspired its creation. This lone figure, forever etched into the ancient earth, looking towards the silent, shimmering stars, is a profound reminder that not all Nazca figures are of the animal kingdom. Its very presence suggests a broader spectrum of meaning, perhaps a direct, powerful connection to the ethereal sphere above. We softly wonder, allowing our minds to drift with the desert breeze, what thoughts the creators harbored as they brought this unique form to life. Nearby, another compelling geoglyph captures our attention, a pair of immense hands. What is particularly intriguing about this design is its subtle asymmetry. One hand appears to have 5 fingers, while the other only 4. This curious detail sparks various interpretations. Was this an intentional artistic choice, imbued with a specific cultural belief or a numerical significance that is now lost to time? Or perhaps it refers to a particular legend or ritual known only to the Nazca people. These hands, open and vast across the desert floor, evoke a sense of offering, protection, or even a profound cosmic greeting. They seem to reach out across the ancient landscape, a silent gesture from a civilization long past, inviting us to ponder the depths of their symbolic world. The mystery woven into these forms adds to the quiet wonder of the Nazca Plain, encouraging a peaceful and reflective state of mind as we consider the silent messages held within these ancient lines. The true genius, and indeed the most compelling mystery of all these figures, lies in their profound seen from the sky aspect. When viewed from the ground, many of these immense figures are utterly incomprehensible, appearing as nothing more than a chaotic tangle of lines and scattered patterns. It is only when one ascends, when one gains an aerial viewpoint, that their full form, their breathtaking scale, and their astonishing precision are truly revealed. This undeniable fact raises the most fundamental questions that have puzzled researchers for generations. How did the Nazca people achieve such intricate and perfectly proportioned designs, without the benefit of hot air balloons or airplanes to see their work from above as they created it? What kind of sophisticated planning? What kind of foresight? What kind of ancient technology or understanding did they possess to create such flawless, monumental artworks? The lines that form these geoglyphs are remarkably straight and true, sometimes extending for many kilometers across often uneven terrain. They gracefully navigate the gentle slopes of hills and valleys without deviation, maintaining a consistent width and direction. The geometric shapes, the vast trapezoids, triangles, and rectangles are executed with a mathematical accuracy that would challenge modern engineers. Even with all our advanced tools, let alone ancient cultures working with what we consider simple implements, this astonishing precision, coupled with the monumental scale of all the figures, speaks to an advanced understanding of geometry, a sophisticated system of measurement, and a profound level of communal effort. We can only imagine the dedication of countless individuals working in unison, guided by a vision that transcended their immediate earthly perspective. It is a quiet testament to human ingenuity and a profound reminder of the profound power of collective endeavor, all orchestrated for a purpose that still resonates with gentle mystery. When these incredible figures were first discovered from the air, they sparked immense speculation across the globe. Were they part of elaborate rituals designed to be seen by deities in the sky, a silent appeal to the heavens? Were they intricate astronomical calendars, meticulously tracking the movements of stars and planets to guide agricultural cycles in a desert land? Or did they perhaps serve as a vast open-air map, guiding ancient travelers or marking precious water sources in the parched desert landscape? Each of these theories adds a new layer to the enduring enigma, inviting us to gently explore the possibilities without needing definitive answers. The soft whispers of these early theories continue to resonate, reminding us that some mysteries are meant to be pondered, allowing our minds to wander and find a deep, quiet peace in the contemplation of the unknown. These vast drawings remain silent witnesses to an ancient world, a profound testament to a human spirit that always looked to the sky. Perhaps for answers, perhaps for inspiration, or perhaps simply to leave a lasting mark that would endure for millennia. A beautiful secret shared between humanity and the endless sky as our quiet aerial exploration continues. We gently shift our focus from the universally recognized figures of Nazca to the broader, equally captivating tapestry of lines and shapes that also adorn this ancient landscape. Beyond the renowned animals and human-like forms, the Nazca Plain unfolds with a breathtaking array of geometric patterns. Imagine vast trapezoids stretching for hundreds of meters, perfect rectangles, and intricate zigzags, all meticulously carved into the desert. These aren't just random marks. They are deliberate, large-scale designs, often overlapping or connecting with the zoomorphic figures, suggesting a complex, interconnected system of meaning. The sheer variety and repetitive nature of some of these geometric figures point to a purpose, possibly linked to astronomy, calendars, or perhaps ancient ceremonial pathways. They invite us to ponder the systematic thought and sophisticated knowledge of geometry that must have guided their creation, even if their exact function remains a soft, alluring whisper of a mystery. Among these geometric wonders, we also discover other, less frequently highlighted animal or plant figures, each possessing its own unique charm and enigma. Perhaps a quiet lizard, a small bird, or a stylized plant form, hinting at the diverse natural world that surrounded the ancient Nazca people and held spiritual significance for them. These smaller, yet equally precise, geoglyphs remind us that the Nazca artists were not limited to a few grand statements, but engaged in a continuous, widespread artistic endeavor, etching their beliefs and observations into the very earth around them. Each line, each curve, each subtle shift in design offers a tranquil glimpse into their profound connection with their environment and the cosmos above. We allow our minds to wander, envisioning the subtle textures of the desert, the shifting light of the sun, and the quiet dedication of those who transformed the land into a living canvas. Now, let us turn our attention to one of the most intriguing aspects of these ancient artworks: the surprisingly simple, yet incredibly effective methods the Nazca people used to bring these monumental designs to life. It's a profound testament to human ingenuity and the power of observation. The process itself was elegant in its simplicity, relying on the natural contrasts of the desert itself. The Nazca Pampa, the desert floor where most of these lines are found, is covered with a layer of reddish-brown gravel and stones, darkened over millennia by oxidation and the relentless desert sun. Beneath this darker surface lies a lighter, yellowish-grey soil. The ancient artists discovered that, by carefully removing the top layer of dark stones and debris, they could expose the lighter earth beneath. This simple act created a striking visual contrast, outlining their designs clearly against the darker desert floor, making them visible from above. Imagine, if you will, small groups of individuals working methodically under the vast, open sky, perhaps using simple tools like wooden sticks or stone implements to clear away the top layer. They would define the borders of their figures with stones, then carefully sweep away the darker material from within these outlines, much like drawing in sand on an immense scale. It was a painstaking process, demanding not only immense patience, but also a sophisticated level of coordinated effort across what must have been large teams. For the wider lines and grand geometric shapes, they would clear broad swathes of the desert, creating vast pathways of lighter earth. The edges of these cleared areas would often be carefully lined with the darker stones they had removed, creating a subtle, natural boundary that enhanced the visual impact from an aerial perspective. This method, while seemingly basic, was remarkably effective, creating a lasting impression on the landscape that has endured for centuries. A quiet testament to their understanding of their environment and their dedication to their art. The true genius lies not in complex machinery, but in their acute understanding of the natural properties of the land and applying focused, organized labor to achieve a grand, shared vision. It is a quiet echo of human determination, reminding us that profound art can emerge from the simplest of means, guided by a clear intention and an inspiring collective spirit, all under the gentle, watchful gaze of the desert sky. As we continue to gently glide above the Nazca Plain, contemplating the artistry and immense effort of its creators, it's natural to wonder how these delicate lines, etched into the desert floor, have managed to endure for thousands of years. The answer lies in the very environment that gave them birth. The unique and extraordinarily arid climate of the Nazca Desert. This region of Peru is one of the driest places on Earth, a landscape where rainfall is incredibly scarce, often occurring only once every few years, if at all. This profound lack of precipitation means there is very little water erosion to wash away the carefully cleared darker stones or to disturb the lighter soil beneath. Imagine a land almost entirely untouched by the relentless forces of rain and rivers. It is a natural museum, preserving the art of millennia with remarkable fidelity. Beyond the absence of rain, the Nazca region also experiences minimal wind erosion. While some dust might gently shift over time, the relatively stable atmospheric conditions, combined with the presence of small stones that form a protective layer over the exposed lighter soil, help to anchor the geoglyphs. Furthermore, the extreme aridity discourages the growth of virtually any vegetation. There are no encroaching plants or tree roots to disrupt the lines, no biological processes to break down the earthworks. This perfect confluence of environmental factors, lack of rain, minimal wind, and absent vegetation, has created an almost ideal preservation chamber. It means that the messages etched into the desert floor by the ancient Nazca people are seen today almost exactly as they were left. A quiet, enduring testament to both human creativity and the slow, preserving hand of nature itself. We can find a deep sense of peace in knowing that these delicate, powerful artworks have been guarded so tenderly by time and the desert, allowing us to still connect with their ancient whispers. Now, let us turn our thoughts to the brilliant minds and hands behind these monumental creations, delving into the ancient Nazca culture and the profound spiritual, ceremonial, or astronomical beliefs that might have inspired such an extraordinary artistic endeavor. For the Nazca people, who thrived in this challenging desert environment from approximately 200 BCE to 600 CE, life was intricately linked to the forces of nature, particularly the availability of water and the movements of the celestial bodies above. It is widely believed by archaeologists and historians that the geoglyphs were not merely decorative, but served deeply significant purposes within their complex spiritual and communal life. Many researchers suggest that the Nazca lines were sacred paths or processional routes, used during important religious ceremonies. Imagine ancient priests and community members walking along these vast lines, perhaps in patterns that mimicked the figures themselves, connecting the earthly realm with the divine. These processions might have been elaborate rituals, accompanied by music and offerings designed to honor their gods, seek blessings for fertile harvests, or appeal for the life-giving gift of rain in their parched homeland. The act of creating and moving along these immense forms could have been a powerful, communal declaration of faith and devotion, a physical manifestation of their spiritual journey. The sheer scale of the geoglyphs would have created an immersive, almost meditative experience for those participating, reinforcing their collective beliefs and shared connection to the land and the sky. Another prominent theory posits that many of the Nazca geoglyphs, particularly the geometric patterns and certain animal figures, functioned as a vast, open-air astronomical calendar or observatory for an agrarian society like the Nazca. Understanding the cycles of the sun, moon, and stars was crucial for successful planting and harvesting. It is thought that specific lines and figures might align with important celestial events, such as the solstices or equinoxes, or even track the rising and setting points of significant constellations. The hummingbird, the spider, and certain straight lines, for instance, have been meticulously analyzed for potential astronomical correlations. If this is true, then the Nazca Plain becomes more than just an art gallery. It transforms into a monumental scientific instrument, a sophisticated means for tracking time and predicting the agricultural seasons. This would reveal an astonishing level of astronomical knowledge and precision, marrying artistic expression with practical survival, and linking the earth beneath their feet to the silent, shimmering dance of the cosmos above. Furthermore, the zoomorphic figures, the animals, so lovingly rendered, likely held deep spiritual and totemic significance for the Nazca people. Creatures like the monkey, the spider, and the hummingbird could have been considered deities, ancestral spirits, or symbols representing various aspects of their natural world and belief system. The very act of etching these powerful symbols into the earth on such a grand scale could have been a form of communication or supplication to these powerful entities, an offering to ensure the balance and well-being of their world. Perhaps the images were meant to be seen by the sky gods, a giant prayer etched into the land itself, a visual hymn for divine favor. This enduring human desire for meaning, for connection to something larger than ourselves, resonates deeply as we contemplate the Nazca lines. They stand as a silent, profound legacy of a people who looked to the heavens for guidance and left their indelible mark on the earth, inviting us to ponder their deep devotion and timeless wisdom as our quiet journey continues across the ancient lands of Peru. Leaving the iconic Nazca Plain gently behind, our gaze now shifts ever so slightly northward to a region equally rich in mystery and ancient artistry. We are heading towards the Palpa lines, often overshadowed by their famous Nazca neighbors, yet holding their own unique stories etched into the earth. Imagine a landscape just as vast and silent, where the desert floor continues to serve as an immense canvas, not just for one culture, but for a lineage of artistic expression. The Palpa lines, though geographically close to Nazca, present us with a fascinating extension of the geoglyph tradition, offering new perspectives on this monumental art form. Their presence here, often on the slopes of hills rather than flat plains, already hints at subtle distinctions in how these immense designs were conceived and created. It is a quiet invitation to deepen our understanding of these ancient artists and their enduring connection to the land and the sky. Here, among the Palpa lines, we discover figures that, while sharing the monumental scale and the seen from the sky aspect of Nazca, possess a distinct character. The Palpa geoglyphs are renowned for their unique designs, which often include a greater prevalence of anthropomorphic figures, designs that blend human and animal characteristics in fascinating ways. These ancient artists depicted beings with expressive faces, sometimes adorned with headdresses or carrying staffs, suggesting a rich tapestry of mythology and spiritual beliefs. Unlike the sometimes stark, stylized forms of Nazca, some Palpa figures exude a more intricate detail, a subtle narrative woven into their very lines. Imagine a serene, human-like figure, perhaps a shaman or a revered ancestor, etched into a desert hillside, its silent gaze fixed upon the distant horizon, a sentinel of time. These unique representations invite us to gently ponder the different cultural expressions and spiritual priorities that might have existed between these ancient communities. Beyond the captivating anthropomorphic forms, the Palpa lines also showcase intricate geometric patterns, much like Nazca, but with their own stylistic nuances. There are vast trapezoids and zigzags, often integrated into the natural contours of the hills, demonstrating an exceptional understanding of topography and perspective. Some researchers suggest that these geometric patterns could have served different, or perhaps even complementary, purposes to those at Nazca. Were they territorial markers for ancient clans, or perhaps even larger-scale astronomical observatories, tuned to a slightly different set of celestial alignments? The questions linger like the soft desert dust, inviting us to simply observe and absorb the quiet beauty of these ancient markings. This expansion of the geoglyph phenomenon, just a short distance from Nazca, suggests a widespread and deeply ingrained artistic and spiritual practice across this part of ancient Peru, a silent dialogue between humans and the vastness above. The subtle similarities between Palpa and Nazca designs speak to a shared cultural substratum, a common heritage of land art that transcended immediate tribal boundaries. Both cultures understood the power of the land as a medium, the impact of monumental scale, and the profound mystery of creating art for an unseen observer above. Yet, the distinctions are equally compelling. The Palpa figures often appear on hillsides, carefully sculpted to blend with the natural slope, rather than primarily on flat plateaus. This choice of terrain presents its own set of engineering challenges and artistic opportunities, hinting at different techniques and perhaps even a different aesthetic philosophy. As we gently absorb these visual differences, we begin to appreciate the rich diversity within this ancient art form, a testament to the myriad ways human creativity has manifested itself across the millennia. Each line, each curve, each choice of location whispers a story, inviting us to listen with a calm and open heart to the echoes of the past. The desert winds, carrying secrets across millennia, suggest that the artistry of the Palpa lines might not have emerged in isolation. Instead, they whisper of profound connections to an even older, more enigmatic civilization, the Paracas culture, flourishing in this same coastal region of Peru long before the Nazca and Palpa peoples. The Paracas were master artisans, particularly renowned for their exquisite textiles and intricate ceramics. A quiet study of their surviving artwork reveals a world rich in symbolism, featuring anthropomorphic beings, stylized animals, and complex geometric patterns that bear a striking, almost haunting, resemblance to the geoglyphs etched into the land. It's as if the very ideas and visual language of the Paracas found a new, monumental expression in the geoglyphs of Palpa. This historical link offers a captivating glimpse into a continuous artistic and spiritual tradition, where knowledge and inspiration were passed down through generations, evolving and adapting to new forms and scales. The influence of the Paracas on these later geoglyph artists is a testament to the enduring power of cultural memory and the quiet flow of artistic innovation across time. We gently trace these connections, allowing ourselves to be carried back through the currents of history, observing how one ancient culture might have profoundly shaped the next. leaving subtle but indelible marks across the landscape and human imagination. This deep lineage reminds us that ancient art, even on such a grand scale, often emerges from a wellspring of shared cultural knowledge and evolving artistic dialogue. The artistic style of the Palpa lines distinguishes itself with a captivating blend of influences, showcasing a unique aesthetic vision that stands apart from its Nazca counterparts. While both cultures were masters of desert etching, Palpa artists often favored a more detailed and expressive approach, particularly when rendering their anthropomorphic figures. Here, we don't just see simplified outlines, we encounter beings with more pronounced facial features, sometimes adorned with intricate headdresses, flowing garments, or holding ceremonial objects. These figures are not merely symbols, they are imbued with a sense of individual character, suggesting they might represent specific, revered ancestors, powerful shamans, or deities with distinct personalities and roles within their cosmology. This richness of detail invites a closer, more personal connection to the ancient beliefs and narratives they represent, encouraging us to quietly contemplate the stories woven into their very forms. Furthermore, the placement of many Palpa geoglyphs on the slopes of hills, rather than exclusively on flat plateaus, highlights a distinct artistic and engineering philosophy. The artists ingeniously utilized the natural contours of the terrain, sculpting their designs to integrate seamlessly with the existing landscape. This approach often gives the figures a dynamic quality, appearing to rise or flow with the earth itself when viewed from above. Imagine the precision required to maintain perspective and proportion while working on an uneven, sloping surface. It speaks to an extraordinary level of skill and an intimate understanding of how their art would interact with the aerial gaze. This deliberate choice of canvas and the resulting fluid integration with nature underscore a profound connection between the creators, their environment, and their art. It subtly demonstrates that the seen from the sky aspect was not just about visibility, but about an artistic dialogue with the very form of the land itself. These distinctions in style and method offer us a serene understanding of the diversity and depth within ancient geoglyph traditions, each culture leaving its own gentle, yet powerful, artistic imprint on the vast desert canvas, waiting patiently to be discovered and appreciated by us today, as our journey gently carries us beyond the intricate details of Peru's desert canvases. We now drift southward, crossing borders and landscapes, yet remaining within the grand, silent embrace of the Andean realm. Our destination is the northern expanse of Chile, home to one of the most remarkable and enigmatic land art formations on Earth, the Atacama Giant. This solitary colossus, etched into the arid slopes of Cerro Unitas, stands as a testament to ancient human endeavor, not just within Peru, but across the vast ancient tapestry of South America. Imagine leaving the bustling secrets of Nazca and Palpa behind, and finding yourself suspended over a desert even more extreme, a place of stark beauty and profound silence. The Atacama Desert is renowned as one of the driest places on our planet, a lunar-like landscape where life clings precariously, and time seems to slow to an almost imperceptible crawl. It is within this immense, silent canvas that the largest anthropomorphic geoglyph in the world quietly resides, awaiting our contemplation. The Atacama Giant is truly a sight that inspires a quiet, profound awe, stretching an astonishing 115 meters, or nearly 380 feet, from its head to its feet. This magnificent figure dominates the hillside. It depicts a long-limbed, human-like form, with a square head adorned by what appear to be radiating lines, resembling a crown or an elaborate headdress. Its arms are outstretched, one hand grasping what looks like a staff or a ceremonial object. While its legs are positioned as if in gentle motion, the sheer scale of this single, imposing figure is simply breathtaking, especially when we consider the ancient hands that meticulously brought it to life without the aid of modern technology. Unlike the clustered designs of Nazca or the hillside patterns of Palpa, the Atacama giant stands largely alone, a solitary sentinel overlooking the vast expanse of the desert, its silent gaze directed towards the heavens. This isolation only deepens its mystery, inviting us to wonder what profound purpose such a monumental and singular creation might have served for its ancient creators. The method of its creation, though similar in principle to the Nazca lines, carries its own unique challenges and insights. The Atacama giant was primarily formed using two distinct techniques. For certain parts, the darker surface stones were carefully removed to expose the lighter underlying soil, much like the Nazca artists did. However, for other sections, the geoglyph was created by arranging piles of darker stones, carefully placed to form the outlines and details of the figure against the lighter, natural background. This dual approach demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of material and contrast, allowing the artists to achieve the desired visual impact from a distant aerial perspective. Imagine the meticulous planning, the careful selection of stones, and the immense, coordinated labor required to construct such a colossal image on a sloping hillside. The gradient of the terrain would have added an extra layer of complexity, demanding an almost intuitive grasp of perspective to ensure the figure appeared correctly proportioned when viewed from above. We can almost feel the quiet dedication of those ancient hands, arranging each stone, smoothing each line under the vast, unwavering blue of the Atacama sky, leaving a legacy that whispers across the ages. As we gently ponder the Atacama giant, the question of its purpose inevitably arises, inviting us into a realm of serene speculation. Among the leading theories, one suggests that this colossal figure served as an astronomical calendar or an observatory. The radiating lines from its head, often interpreted as a sun god motif, could have pointed to significant celestial events such as solstices, equinoxes, or the rising and setting of specific stars. For ancient peoples, deeply connected to the rhythms of the cosmos, for agriculture and ritual, such a monumental guide would have been invaluable. Imagine the quiet wisdom encoded within its lines, a silent almanac written on the earth, guiding harvests and ceremonies for generations. The idea of this giant figure silently tracking the dance of the heavens adds a layer of cosmic mystery to its earthly presence, a quiet bridge between the terrestrial and the starry expanse above. Another compelling theory proposes that the Atacama giant acted as a guide for ancient caravan routes. The Atacama Desert, despite its formidable nature, was traversed by ancient traders and travelers for millennia, connecting various communities and resource-rich areas. For those navigating the vast, often featureless landscape, a colossal landmark visible from afar would have been an invaluable beacon. Imagine weary travelers, their animals laden with goods, spotting the familiar form of the giant on the distant hillside, a comforting sign that their journey was on the right path, or that a vital water source or a safe resting place was near. It would have served as a monumental waypoint, a silent, enduring map etched into the very fabric of the desert, guiding countless footsteps through the ancient world. The simplicity and practicality of this theory resonates with the realities of ancient trade and survival in such an unforgiving environment, transforming the giant into a silent, benevolent guardian of ancient paths. And then there is the more spiritual interpretation that the Atacama giant was a revered spiritual guardian or a deity. Its immense size and prominent placement on the hillside suggest a powerful presence, perhaps watching over the land and its people, offering protection or blessings. The radiating lines around its head could symbolize spiritual energy, divine power, or a connection to the sun god, a pervasive figure in many Andean cosmologies. For the indigenous cultures of the region, the land, the mountains, and the sky were imbued with sacred meaning, and a figure of this magnitude would undoubtedly have held immense ritualistic significance. What if, for the ancient people, simply creating such a figure was an act of profound devotion, a collective prayer etched into the earth to appease powerful spirits or to honor the ancestors? This interpretation invites us to consider the deep human impulse to connect with the divine. To leave an offering so grand it speaks to the very heavens, a silent, powerful testament to their faith and their profound reverence for the unseen forces that shaped their world. The cultural and geographical context of the Atacama Desert itself adds further depth to the enigma of the Atacama Giant. This is a land of extremes, where towering mountains meet the vast, empty expanse of the desert, and the Pacific Ocean whispers at its western edge. Life here has always demanded resilience and ingenuity. The ancient peoples who inhabited this region, often adapting to harsh conditions, developed sophisticated understandings of their environment, including unique agricultural practices and a deep knowledge of celestial cycles. The presence of such a monumental geoglyph in this challenging landscape speaks volumes about their organizational capabilities, their collaborative spirit, and their unwavering vision. Imagine the conversations, the planning sessions, the communal efforts undertaken in the quiet stillness of the desert, all dedicated to a shared purpose that remains a gentle, alluring mystery. The Atacama Giant is not just an isolated piece of art. It is an enduring echo of a resilient culture, a silent monument woven into the very fabric of a landscape that has preserved its secrets for millennia, inviting us to simply listen to its quiet, powerful story as we gently drift into contemplation. This monumental figure, a solitary watchman on the Chilean hills, reminds us that the impulse to create these grand, sky-facing artworks was not confined to one valley or one culture, but resonated across vast distances, a shared human desire to mark the earth with meaning that transcended the everyday. It is a quiet invitation to reflect on the universal human need to connect, to guide, and to leave a lasting legacy for forces seen and unseen, etched forever into the very canvas of our world. As we continue our gentle journey, we carry the quiet wonder of the Atacama Giant with us, a profound testament to the ancient dialogue between humanity and the endless sky. Having witnessed the solitary grandeur of the Atacama Giant in Chile, our gentle aerial voyage now guides us back into the heartland of Peru. Here, the tapestry of ancient land art reveals itself to be even richer and more widespread than the famous Nazca and Palpa lines alone. Beyond those iconic plains, the Peruvian Piedmonts and vast Andean landscapes hold a multitude of other enigmatic geoglyph sites, perhaps less monumental in their individual scale, but no less profound in their whispers of forgotten cultures and their deep, enduring connection to the earth and sky. We find ourselves gently carried over rolling hills and ancient river valleys, a continuous canvas where human hands have left their silent, mysterious marks for millennia. As we quietly glide over these varied terrains, from the sun-drenched coastal deserts to the gradual ascents that lead into the foothills of the mighty Andes, we uncover a remarkable truth. The impulse to etch meaning into the land was not an isolated phenomenon. but a pervasive artistic and spiritual practice across ancient Peru. Imagine, if you will, tracing the faint outlines of smaller, intricate patterns, sometimes barely discernible from the ground, scattered across dusty hillsides or carefully integrated within ancient river valleys. These are the quieter cousins to the Nazca giants, less celebrated, perhaps, but each one holding a unique story, a testament to the diverse ways different communities expressed their reverence, their profound knowledge of their world, or simply their enduring presence on this ancient earth. The sheer number and distribution of these sites whisper of a tradition deeply woven into the fabric of life, a collective dialogue with the landscape that spanned vast distances and numerous generations. One such area that offers fascinating glimpses into this broader phenomenon lies not far from the ceremonial center of Kawachi, a site intimately associated with the Nazca culture itself. While Kawachi is famous for its impressive adobe pyramids and its profound ritualistic significance as a pilgrimage destination, the surrounding landscapes sometimes reveal smaller, yet equally intriguing, ground drawings. These might include simpler, elegant lines marking ancient pathways, spirals suggesting cosmological journeys, or even abstract forms that served very local, community-specific purposes. Perhaps they delineated sacred spots where rituals were performed, or marked ceremonial routes leading to important gatherings. It is also possible they indicated locations of vital resources, like hidden water sources in the arid environment, or points for observing celestial phenomena. Their presence here, often in close proximity to a major ceremonial hub, reinforces the idea that geoglyph creation wasn't a centralized, singular event, but a widespread tradition deeply woven into the spiritual and daily life of many ancient Andean groups, each community contributing its own unique expressions to this grand artistic legacy. Further inland, as the terrain begins its majestic ascent towards the breathtaking altitudes of the Cusco region, the echoes of this ancient land art persist. Here, the challenging environment of the high Andes, with its different geological formations and more pronounced erosional forces, means that geoglyphs manifest in subtle yet profound ways. Archaeological surveys have occasionally unveiled faint earthworks, modified landscapes, or carefully arranged stone patterns that functioned as large-scale ground markings. These could be subtle terraces carved into hillsides, aligning with specific points on the horizon to track the sun's journey, or larger rock arrangements meticulously placed to form symbolic designs visible from nearby mountain peaks. In a land so dominated by the monumental stone architecture of the Inca and their predecessors, these geoglyphs represent a different, perhaps even older, form of monumental expression. They are a quiet testament to the enduring human desire to imprint meaning upon the very ground beneath their feet, a subtle yet powerful declaration of their presence and their connection to the sacred mountain spirits and the vast, silent sky above. Across these diverse Peruvian sites, from the coastal deserts to the rugged Andean highlands, we often find recurring zoomorphic or symbolic themes, threads that beautifully connect the artistic expressions of different ancient communities. The serpent, for instance, a potent and revered symbol of water, fertility, and renewal in Andean cosmology, frequently appears in various stylized forms. We might see its winding body mimicked in long, undulating lines across a plain, or its abstract patterns integrated into a hillside, always hinting at its life-giving power in a parched land. Birds, perhaps representing messengers between the earthly and celestial realms, or embodying the spirits of ancestors, also feature prominently, their forms subtly integrated into the natural landscape. soaring gracefully across the Earth's canvas. These recurring motifs suggest a shared symbolic language, a common understanding of the natural and spiritual worlds that transcended immediate regional boundaries. It was a profound and unifying vision that brought these disparate artists together in a grand, silent conversation with the heavens. A continuous thread of meaning woven throughout time and space across the ancient Peruvian landscape. The widespread distribution and remarkable variety of these Peruvian geoglyphs, from the vast plains of Nazca to the subtle markings of the Andean Piedmonts, illustrate a profound and continuous tradition of land art. They are not merely isolated curiosities for us to observe, but integral components of a rich cultural heritage. Each set of lines, each chosen location, each symbolic form, offering a unique and tranquil window into the minds and beliefs of the ancient peoples who crafted them. This gentle journey through Peru's lesser-known geoglyph sites reminds us that our understanding of ancient art is ever expanding, inviting us to keep our minds open and our gaze serene as we continue to explore the quiet wonders etched into the very fabric of our world. These ancient marks, sometimes faded by the slow hand of time, sometimes hidden by the sheer vastness and isolation of the landscape, continue to whisper their stories, waiting patiently for us to listen with a calm and open heart. As the soft light of evening descends upon these ancient lands, guiding us ever deeper into the tranquil mysteries of the past. As our quiet journey continues to unfold across the continents, we now embark on a truly significant transition, leaving behind the ancient sun-baked deserts of South America, with their intricate lines and colossal figures, and gently drifting across vast oceans to a different land, a different ancient story. Our destination now is North America, a continent rich with its own deep history and profound connections to the Earth. Here, the impulse to shape the land for purposes beyond the immediate and the practical took on unique forms, reflecting the distinct cultures and environments of its ancient inhabitants. The tradition of creating monumental earthworks, often imbued with spiritual and astronomical significance, stands as a testament to a shared human desire to communicate with the unseen, to mark time, and to leave an enduring legacy etched into the very soil. In the gentle, rolling hills of what is now Ohio, USA, a truly remarkable and enigmatic earthwork gracefully unfolds across the landscape. The Great Serpent Mound. Imagine a giant, undulating serpent, its sinuous body stretching for nearly a quarter of a mile, meticulously crafted from the earth itself. This is no mere hill. It is a deliberate, ancient sculpture, a masterpiece of prehistoric engineering and artistic vision, slowly rising from the natural contours of the land. Its head, with an open jaw, points westward, seemingly swallowing an oval-shaped mound, while its body coils and twists in 7 distinct curves, culminating in a triple-coiled tail at its eastern end. The scale of this effigy mound, almost 1,348 feet long, is truly astonishing, especially considering it was constructed by hands that lived thousands of years ago. It is a quiet, powerful presence, inviting us to contemplate its silent, ancient wisdom. The Great Serpent Mound is not just an impressive artistic feat. It is also a profound astronomical marvel, a silent observatory aligned with the celestial dance above. Many researchers have meticulously studied its orientation, revealing precise alignments that connect its curves and features to significant cosmic events. For instance, the head of the serpent points to the summer solstice, sunset, while the coils of its body and tail align with other key sunrises and sunsets, as well as the moon's northernmost and southernmost risings. Imagine the ancient peoples, with their deep understanding of the cosmos, carefully observing the heavens, and then translating that intricate knowledge into a monumental design on the earth. This suggests that the Serpent Mound functioned as a sophisticated calendar, a massive instrument for tracking the passage of seasons, crucial for agricultural cycles, hunting patterns, and ceremonial timings. The meticulous precision of these astronomical alignments speaks volumes about the intellectual capabilities and sustained observational practices of its builders. It wasn't a casual construction. It was a deliberate, collective effort guided by centuries, perhaps millennia, of accumulated astronomical wisdom. The very act of aligning such a massive earthwork with the subtle movements of the sun and moon required not only advanced understanding, but also a profound spiritual connection to the cosmos. For these ancient cultures, the sky was not just a distant expanse, but an active, living entity, directly influencing their lives and their spiritual beliefs. The Serpent Mound, therefore, served as a bridge between earth and sky, a tangible link to the cosmic order etched into the rolling hills of Ohio. It is a silent hymn to the universe, inviting us to ponder the deep interconnectedness of ancient human life with the vast, shimmering expanse above, allowing our minds to drift into the quiet contemplation of timeless alignments. This magnificent earthwork stands as an enduring monument to ancient ingenuity, spiritual depth, and a profound respect for the celestial clockwork that governs our world. After contemplating the magnificent Serpent Mound, our gentle journey through North America continues, revealing that this single, powerful earthwork was part of a broader, equally fascinating tradition of monumental land art across the American Midwest, from the lush valleys of Ohio to the riverine plains of Wisconsin, lie hundreds, perhaps thousands, of other significant effigy mounds. These are not merely burial sites or ceremonial platforms, but deliberate landscape sculptures crafted into the shapes of animals, birds, and even abstract designs, each speaking volumes about the cultures that created them. These ancient earthworks are like quiet guardians, sleeping giants etched into the very fabric of the continent, waiting patiently for us to acknowledge their profound presence. Imagine, if you will, floating softly over ancient landscapes and spotting the subtle, yet unmistakable, form of a massive bird, its wings outstretched as if in eternal flight, its silent gaze fixed upon the sky, or perhaps the sturdy, contemplative shape of a bear, its outline carefully sculpted into a gentle rise, its paws seemingly resting on the fertile earth. These effigy mounds, often constructed from carefully chosen earth and stone, are not always as dramatic as the Nazca lines from a high altitude, but their purpose and the sheer labor involved in their creation are no less awe-inspiring. They whisper of a deep reverence for the animal world, a spiritual connection to the creatures that shared their lands and provided sustenance, inspiration, and symbolic power. What profound stories did these animal spirits tell their ancient creators? Were they totems, representations of clan identities, or perhaps guides to the spirit world? We allow our minds to softly ponder these possibilities as the gentle breezes carry us over these ancient earthen forms. These impressive earthworks are primarily attributed to two major ancient cultures of North America, the Adena and Fort. Ancient peoples, along with other related traditions such as the Hopewell, the Adena culture, flourishing from approximately 1000 BCE to 200 CE to 200 CE, was among the earliest mound-building societies in the region. They were known for their elaborate burial mounds, often conical in shape, but also for beginning the tradition of effigy mounds. Their earthworks demonstrate an organized society, capable of coordinating significant communal labor for spiritual and ceremonial purposes. Imagine generations of people working together, carrying basketloads of earth, meticulously shaping the land to honor their dead, their spirits, and their worldview. Following the Adina, the Hopewell culture 200 BCE to 500 CE continued and elaborated upon these traditions, creating vast ceremonial complexes with geometric earthworks of astounding precision. While not always animal effigies, their massive circles, squares, and octagons, often connected by long parallel walls, were also clearly made to be seen from a larger perspective, suggesting astronomical or ritualistic alignments. These incredible feats of engineering showcase a sophisticated understanding of geometry and spatial planning. Later, the Fort Ancient culture, existing from approximately 1000 CE to 1650 CE, are often associated with many of the effigy mounds found in the Ohio Valley, including the Great Serpent Mound itself. Although its precise cultural attribution remains a subject of gentle debate among archaeologists, these cultures were complex, agrarian societies with rich spiritual lives deeply intertwined with the natural world. Their earthworks were not just artistic expressions. They were integral parts of their cosmology, their social structures, and their interactions with the sacred. They stand as enduring monuments to a profound connection to the land and the sky, revealing a worldview that saw the earth itself as a living, sacred canvas. The cultural context surrounding these effigy mounds is crucial to understanding their significance. For these ancient peoples, the landscape was alive with meaning. Every hill, every river, every animal held spiritual power. Creating these massive animal shapes on the earth was an act of profound reverence and communication. These mounds could have functioned as sacred spaces for ceremonies, places where the community gathered to honor spirits, conduct initiation rites, or celebrate important events. They might have been symbolic representations of clan ancestors or spirit helpers, meant to imbue the land with their power or to guide their people. Some researchers also believe they acted as territorial markers, denoting the lands of specific groups, or as teaching tools, visually narrating creation myths and historical events to future generations. The construction of these mounds, requiring immense collective effort over long periods, also served to reinforce community bonds and shared cultural identity. Imagine the generations involved in their creation, passing down the knowledge and purpose from elder to youth, working in unison towards a common spiritual goal. This collective endeavor transformed the landscape, not just physically, but spiritually, imbuing it with layers of shared history and meaning. These North American marvels, in their quiet dignity, offer us a profound glimpse into a world where the earth was a sacred text and the sky a silent, watchful audience. As we gently continue our journey, we carry the serene understanding that across continents, ancient humanity found ways to connect with the cosmos and with each other, leaving behind these incredible, enduring echoes in the earth, inviting us to quiet contemplation as we drift further into the mysteries of our shared past. As our quiet journey continues to unfold across the continents, we now embark on a truly significant transition, leaving behind the ancient sun-baked deserts of South America, with their intricate lines and colossal figures, and gently drifting across vast oceans to a different land, a different ancient story. Our destination now is North America, a continent rich with its own deep history and profound connections to the earth. Here, the impulse to shape the land for purposes beyond the immediate and the practical took on unique forms, reflecting the distinct cultures and environments of its ancient inhabitants. The tradition of creating monumental earthworks, often imbued with spiritual and astronomical significance, stands as a testament to a shared human desire to communicate with the unseen, to mark time, and to leave an enduring legacy etched into the very soil, in the gentle, rolling hills of what is now Ohio, USA. A truly remarkable and enigmatic earthwork gracefully unfolds across the landscape. The Great Serpent Mound. Imagine a giant, undulating serpent, its sinuous body stretching for nearly a quarter of a mile, meticulously crafted from the earth itself. This is no mere hill. It is a deliberate, ancient sculpture, a masterpiece of prehistoric engineering and artistic vision, slowly rising from the natural contours of the land. Its head, with an open jaw, points westward, seemingly swallowing an oval-shaped mound, while its body coils and twists in 7 distinct curves, culminating in a triple-coiled tail at its eastern end. The scale of this effigy mound, almost 1,348 feet long, is truly astonishing, especially considering it was constructed by hands that lived thousands of years ago. It is a quiet, powerful presence, inviting us to contemplate its silent, ancient wisdom. The Great Serpent Mound is not just an impressive artistic feat. It is also a profound astronomical marvel, a silent observatory aligned with the celestial dance above. Many researchers have meticulously studied its orientation, revealing precise alignments that connect its curves and features to significant cosmic events. For instance, the head of the serpent points to the summer solstice, sunset, while the coils of its body and tail align with other key sunrises and sunsets, as well as the moon's northernmost and southernmost risings. Imagine the ancient peoples, with their deep understanding of the cosmos, carefully observing the heavens, and then translating that intricate knowledge into a monumental design on the earth. This suggests that the Serpent Mound functioned as a sophisticated calendar, a massive instrument for tracking the passage of seasons, crucial for agricultural cycles, hunting patterns, and ceremonial timings. The meticulous precision of these astronomical alignments speaks volumes about the intellectual capabilities and sustained observational practices of its builders. It wasn't a casual construction. It was a deliberate, collective effort guided by centuries, perhaps millennia, of accumulated astronomical wisdom. The very act of aligning such a massive earthwork with the subtle movements of the sun and moon required not only advanced understanding, but also a profound spiritual connection to the cosmos. For these ancient cultures, the sky was not just a distant expanse, but an active, living entity, directly influencing their lives and their spiritual beliefs. The Serpent Mound, therefore, served as a bridge between earth and sky, a tangible link to the cosmic order etched into the rolling hills of Ohio. It is a silent hymn to the universe, inviting us to ponder the deep interconnectedness of ancient human life with the vast, shimmering expanse above, allowing our minds to drift into the quiet contemplation of timeless alignments. This magnificent earthwork stands as an enduring monument to ancient ingenuity, spiritual depth, and a profound respect for the celestial clockwork that governs our world. After contemplating the magnificent Serpent Mound, our gentle journey through North America continues, revealing that this single, powerful earthwork was part of a broader, equally fascinating tradition of monumental land art. Across the American Midwest, from the lush valleys of Ohio to the riverine plains of Wisconsin, lie hundreds, perhaps thousands, of other significant effigy mounds. These are not merely burial sites or ceremonial platforms, but deliberate landscape sculptures crafted into the shapes of animals, birds, and even abstract designs, each speaking volumes about the cultures that created them. These ancient earthworks are like quiet guardians, sleeping giants etched into the very fabric of the continent, waiting patiently for us to acknowledge their profound presence. Imagine, if you will, floating softly over ancient landscapes and spotting the subtle, yet unmistakable, form of a massive bird, its wings outstretched as if in eternal flight, its silent gaze fixed upon the sky, or perhaps the sturdy, contemplative shape of a bear, its outline carefully sculpted into a gentle rise, its paws seemingly resting on the fertile earth. These effigy mounds, often constructed from carefully chosen earth and stone, are not always as dramatic as the Nazca lines from a high altitude, but their purpose and the sheer labor involved in their creation are no less awe-inspiring. They whisper of a deep reverence for the animal world, a spiritual connection to the creatures that shared their lands and provided sustenance, inspiration, and symbolic power. What profound stories did these animal spirits tell their ancient creators? Were they totems, representations of clan identities, or perhaps guides to the spirit world? We allow our minds to softly ponder these possibilities as the gentle breezes carry us over these ancient earthen forms. These impressive earthworks are primarily attributed to two major ancient cultures of North America, the Adena and Fort. Ancient peoples, along with other related traditions such as the Hopewell, the Adena culture, flourishing from approximately 1000 BCE to 200 CE to 200 CE, was among the earliest mound-building societies in the region. They were known for their elaborate burial mounds, often conical in shape, but also for beginning the tradition of effigy mounds. Their earthworks demonstrate an organized society capable of coordinating significant communal labor for spiritual and ceremonial purposes. Imagine generations of people working together, carrying basket loads of earth, meticulously shaping the land to honor their dead, their spirits, and their worldview. Following the Adena, the Hopewell culture 200 BCE to 500 CE continued and elaborated upon these traditions, creating vast ceremonial complexes with geometric earthworks of astounding precision. While not always animal effigies, their massive circles, squares, and octagons, often connected by long parallel walls, were also clearly made to be seen from a larger perspective, suggesting astronomical or ritualistic alignments. These incredible feats of engineering showcase a sophisticated understanding of geometry and spatial planning. Later, the Fort ancient culture, existing from approximately 1000 CE to 1650 CE, are often associated with many of the effigy mounds found in the Ohio Valley, including the Great Serpent Mound itself. Although its precise cultural attribution remains a subject of gentle debate among archaeologists, these cultures were complex, agrarian societies with rich spiritual lives deeply intertwined with the natural world. Their earthworks were not just artistic expressions. They were integral parts of their cosmology, their social structures, and their interactions with the sacred. They stand as enduring monuments to a profound connection to the land and the sky, revealing a worldview that saw the earth itself as a living, sacred canvas. The cultural context surrounding these effigy mounds is crucial to understanding their significance. For these ancient peoples, the landscape was alive with meaning. Every hill, every river, every animal held spiritual power. Creating these massive animal shapes on the earth was an act of profound reverence and communication. These mounds could have functioned as sacred spaces for ceremonies, places where the community gathered to honor spirits, conduct initiation rites, or celebrate important events. They might have been symbolic representations of clan ancestors or spirit helpers, meant to imbue the land with their power or to guide their people. Some researchers also believe they acted as territorial markers, denoting the lands of specific groups, or as teaching tools, visually narrating creation myths and historical events to future generations. The construction of these mounds, requiring immense collective effort over long periods, also served to reinforce community bonds and shared cultural identity. Imagine the generations involved in their creation, passing down the knowledge and purpose from elder to youth, working in unison towards a common spiritual goal. This collective endeavor transformed the landscape, not just physically, but spiritually, imbuing it with layers of shared history and meaning. These North American marvels, in their quiet dignity, offer us a profound glimpse into a world where the earth was a sacred text and the sky a silent, watchful audience. As we gently continue our journey, we carry the serene understanding that across continents, ancient humanity found ways to connect with the cosmos and with each other, leaving behind these incredible, enduring echoes in the earth, inviting us to quiet contemplation as we drift further into the mysteries of our shared past. As our quiet journey continues to unfold across the continents, we now embark on a truly significant transition, leaving behind the ancient sun-baked deserts of South America, with their intricate lines and colossal figures, and gently drifting across vast oceans to a different land, a different ancient story. Our destination now is North America, a continent rich with its own deep history and profound connections to the earth. Here, the impulse to shape the land for purposes beyond the immediate and the practical took on unique forms, reflecting the distinct cultures and environments of its ancient inhabitants. The tradition of creating monumental earthworks, often imbued with spiritual and astronomical significance, stands as a testament to a shared human desire to communicate with the unseen, to mark time, and to leave an enduring legacy etched into the very soil. In the gentle, rolling hills of what is now Ohio, USA, a truly remarkable and enigmatic earthwork gracefully unfolds across the landscape. The Great Serpent Mound. Imagine a giant, undulating serpent, its sinuous body stretching for nearly a quarter of a mile, meticulously crafted from the earth itself. This is no mere hill. It is a deliberate, ancient sculpture, a masterpiece of prehistoric engineering and artistic vision, slowly rising from the natural contours of the land. Its head, with an open jaw, points westward, seemingly swallowing an oval-shaped mound, while its body coils and twists in 7 distinct curves, culminating in a triple-coiled tail at its eastern end. The scale of this effigy mound, almost 1,348 feet long, is truly astonishing, especially considering it was constructed by hands that lived thousands of years ago. It is a quiet, powerful presence, inviting us to contemplate its silent, ancient wisdom. The Great Serpent Mound is not just an impressive artistic feat. It is also a profound astronomical marvel, a silent observatory aligned with the celestial dance above. Many researchers have meticulously studied its orientation, revealing precise alignments that connect its curves and features to significant cosmic events. For instance, the head of the serpent points to the summer solstice, sunset, while the coils of its body and tail align with other key sunrises and sunsets, as well as the moon's northernmost and southernmost risings. Imagine the ancient peoples, with their deep understanding of the cosmos, carefully observing the heavens, and then translating that intricate knowledge into a monumental design on the earth. This suggests that the Serpent Mound functioned as a sophisticated calendar, a massive instrument for tracking the passage of seasons, crucial for agricultural cycles, hunting patterns, and ceremonial timings. The meticulous precision of these astronomical alignments speaks volumes about the intellectual, capabilities, and sustained observational practices of its builders. It wasn't a casual construction. It was a deliberate, collective effort guided by centuries, perhaps millennia, of accumulated astronomical wisdom. The very act of aligning such a massive earthwork with the subtle movements of the sun and moon required not only advanced understanding, but also a profound spiritual connection to the cosmos. For these ancient cultures, the sky was not just a distant expanse, but an active, living entity, directly influencing their lives and their spiritual beliefs. The Serpent Mound, therefore, served as a bridge between earth and sky, a tangible link to the cosmic order etched into the rolling hills of Ohio. It is a silent hymn to the universe, inviting us to ponder the deep interconnectedness of ancient human life with the vast, shimmering expanse above, allowing our minds to drift into the quiet contemplation of timeless alignments. This magnificent earthwork stands as an enduring monument to ancient ingenuity, spiritual depth, and a profound respect for the celestial clockwork that governs our world. After contemplating the magnificent Serpent Mound, our gentle journey through North America continues, revealing that this single, powerful earthwork was part of a broader, equally fascinating tradition of monumental land art across the American Midwest, from the lush valleys of Ohio to the riverine plains of Wisconsin, lie hundreds, perhaps thousands, of other significant effigy mounds. These are not merely burial sites or ceremonial platforms, but deliberate landscape sculptures crafted into the shapes of animals, birds, and even abstract designs, each speaking volumes about the cultures that created them. These ancient earthworks are like quiet guardians, sleeping giants etched into the very fabric of the continent, waiting patiently for us to acknowledge their profound presence. Imagine, if you will, floating softly over ancient landscapes and spotting the subtle, yet unmistakable, form of a massive bird, its wings outstretched as if in eternal flight, its silent gaze fixed upon the sky, or perhaps the sturdy, contemplative shape of a bear, its outline carefully sculpted into a gentle rise, its paws seemingly resting on the fertile earth. These effigy mounds, often constructed from carefully chosen earth and stone, are not always as dramatic as the Nazca lines from a high altitude, but their purpose and the sheer labor involved in their creation are no less awe-inspiring. They whisper of a deep reverence for the animal world, a spiritual connection to the creatures that shared their lands and provided sustenance, inspiration, and symbolic power. What profound stories did these animal spirits tell their ancient creators? Were they totems, representations of clan identities, or perhaps guides to the spirit world? We allow our minds to softly ponder these possibilities as the gentle breezes carry us over these ancient earthen forms. These impressive earthworks are primarily attributed to two major ancient cultures of North America, the Adena and Fort. Ancient peoples, along with other related traditions such as the Hopewell, the Adena culture, flourishing from approximately 1000 BCE to 200 CE to 200 CE, was among the earliest mound-building societies in the region. They were known for their elaborate burial mounds, often conical in shape, but also for beginning the tradition of effigy mounds. Their earthworks demonstrate an organized society capable of coordinating significant communal labor for spiritual and ceremonial purposes. Imagine generations of people working together, carrying basketloads of earth, meticulously shaping the land to honor their dead, their spirits, and their worldview. Following the Adena, the Hopewell culture 200 BCE to 500 CE continued and elaborated upon these traditions, creating vast ceremonial complexes with geometric earthworks of astounding precision. While not always animal effigies, their massive circles, squares, and octagons, often connected by long parallel walls, were also clearly made to be seen from a larger perspective, suggesting astronomical or ritualistic alignments. These incredible feats of engineering showcase a sophisticated understanding of geometry and spatial planning. Later, the Fort ancient culture, existing from approximately 1000 CE to 1650 CE, are often associated with many of the effigy mounds found in the Ohio Valley, including the Great Serpent Mound itself. Although its precise cultural attribution remains a subject of gentle debate among archaeologists, these cultures were complex, agrarian societies with rich spiritual lives deeply intertwined with the natural world. Their earthworks were not just artistic expressions. They were integral parts of their cosmology, their social structures, and their interactions with the sacred. They stand as enduring monuments to a profound connection to the land and the sky, revealing a worldview that saw the earth itself as a living, sacred canvas. The cultural context surrounding these effigy mounds is crucial to understanding their significance. For these ancient peoples, the landscape was alive with meaning. Every hill, every river, every animal held spiritual power. Creating these massive animal shapes on the earth was an act of profound reverence and communication. These mounds could have functioned as sacred spaces for ceremonies, places where the community gathered to honor spirits, conduct initiation rites, or celebrate important events. They might have been symbolic representations of clan ancestors or spirit helpers, meant to imbue the land with their power or to guide their people. Some researchers also believe they acted as territorial markers, denoting the lands of specific groups, or as teaching tools, visually narrating creation myths and historical events to future generations. The construction of these mounds, requiring immense collective effort over long periods, also served to reinforce community bonds and shared cultural identity. Imagine the generations involved in their creation, passing down the knowledge and purpose from elder to youth, working in unison towards a common spiritual goal. This collective endeavor transformed the landscape, not just physically, but spiritually, imbuing it with layers of shared history and meaning. These North American marvels, in their quiet dignity, offer us a profound glimpse into a world where the earth was a sacred text and the sky a silent, watchful audience. As we gently continue our journey, we carry the serene understanding that across continents, ancient humanity found ways to connect with the cosmos and with each other, leaving behind these incredible, enduring echoes in the earth, inviting us to quiet contemplation as we drift further into the mysteries of our shared past. As our quiet journey continues to unfold across the continents, we now embark on a truly significant transition, leaving behind the ancient sun-baked deserts of South America, with their intricate lines and colossal figures, and gently drifting across vast oceans to a different land, a different ancient story. Our destination now is North America, a continent rich with its own deep history and profound connections to the earth. Here, the impulse to shape the land for purposes beyond the immediate and the practical took on unique forms, reflecting the distinct cultures and environments of its ancient inhabitants. The tradition of creating monumental earthworks, often imbued with spiritual and astronomical significance, stands as a testament to a shared human desire to communicate with the unseen, to mark time, and to leave an enduring legacy etched into the very soil. In the gentle, rolling hills of what is now Ohio, USA, a truly remarkable and enigmatic earthwork gracefully unfolds across the landscape. The Great Serpent Mound. Imagine a giant, undulating serpent, its sinuous body stretching for nearly a quarter of a mile, meticulously crafted from the earth itself. This is no mere hill. It is a deliberate, ancient sculpture, a masterpiece of prehistoric engineering and artistic vision, slowly rising from the natural contours of the land. Its head, with an open jaw, points westward, seemingly swallowing an oval-shaped mound, while its body coils and twists in 7 distinct curves, culminating in a triple-coiled tail at its eastern end. The scale of this effigy mound, almost 1,348 feet long, is truly astonishing, especially considering it was constructed by hands that lived thousands of years ago. It is a quiet, powerful presence, inviting us to contemplate its silent, ancient wisdom. The Great Serpent Mound is not just an impressive artistic feat. It is also a profound astronomical marvel, a silent observatory aligned with the celestial dance above. Many researchers have meticulously studied its orientation, revealing precise alignments that connect its curves and features to significant cosmic events. For instance, the head of the serpent points to the summer solstice sunset, while the coils of its body and tail align with other key sunrises and sunsets, as well as the moon's northernmost and southernmost risings. Imagine the ancient peoples, with their deep understanding of the cosmos, carefully observing the heavens, and then translating that intricate knowledge into a monumental design on the earth. This suggests that the Serpent Mound functioned as a sophisticated calendar, a massive instrument for tracking the passage of seasons, crucial for agricultural cycles, hunting patterns, and ceremonial timings. The meticulous precision of these astronomical alignments speaks volumes about the intellectual capabilities and sustained observational practices of its builders. It wasn't a casual construction. It was a deliberate, collective effort guided by centuries, perhaps millennia, of accumulated astronomical wisdom. The very act of aligning such a massive earthwork with the subtle movements of the sun and moon required not only advanced understanding, but also a profound spiritual connection to the cosmos. For these ancient cultures, the sky was not just a distant expanse, but an active, living entity, directly influencing their lives and their spiritual beliefs. The Serpent Mound, therefore, served as a bridge between earth and sky, a tangible link to the cosmic order etched into the rolling hills of Ohio. It is a silent hymn to the universe, inviting us to ponder the deep interconnectedness of ancient human life with the vast, shimmering expanse above, allowing our minds to drift into the quiet contemplation of timeless alignments. This magnificent earthwork stands as an enduring monument to ancient ingenuity, spiritual depth, and a profound respect for the celestial clockwork that governs our world. After contemplating the magnificent Serpent Mound, our gentle journey through North America continues, revealing that this single, powerful earthwork was part of a broader, equally fascinating tradition of monumental land art across the American Midwest. From the lush valleys of Ohio to the riverine plains of Wisconsin, lie hundreds, perhaps thousands, of other significant effigy mounds. These are not merely burial sites or ceremonial platforms, but deliberate landscape sculptures crafted into the shapes of animals, birds, and even abstract designs, each speaking volumes about the cultures that created them. These ancient earthworks are like quiet guardians, sleeping giants etched into the very fabric of the continent, waiting patiently for us to acknowledge their profound presence. Imagine, if you will, floating softly over ancient landscapes and spotting the subtle, yet unmistakable, form of a massive bird, its wings outstretched as if in eternal flight, its silent gaze fixed upon the sky. Or perhaps the sturdy, contemplative shape of a bear, its outline carefully sculpted into a gentle rise, its paws seemingly resting on the fertile earth. These effigy mounds, often constructed from carefully chosen earth and stone, are not always as dramatic as the Nazca lines from a high altitude, but their purpose and the sheer labor involved in their creation are no less awe-inspiring. They whisper of a deep reverence for the animal world, a spiritual connection to the creatures that shared their lands and provided sustenance, inspiration, and symbolic power. What profound stories did these animal spirits tell their ancient creators? Were they totems, representations of clan identities, or perhaps guides to the spirit world? We allow our minds to softly ponder these possibilities as the gentle breezes carry us over these ancient earthen forms. These impressive earthworks are primarily attributed to two major ancient cultures of North America, the Adena and Fort. Ancient peoples, along with other related traditions such as the Hopewell, the Adena culture, flourishing from approximately 1000 BCE to 200 CE to 200 CE, was among the earliest mound-building societies in the region. They were known for their elaborate burial mounds, often conical in shape, but also for beginning the tradition of effigy mounds. Their earthworks demonstrate an organized society capable of coordinating significant communal labor for spiritual and ceremonial purposes. Imagine generations of people working together, carrying basketloads of earth, meticulously shaping the land to honor their dead, their spirits, and their worldview. Following the Adena, the Hopewell culture 200 BCE to 500 CE continued and elaborated upon these traditions, creating vast ceremonial complexes with geometric earthworks of astounding precision. While not always animal effigies, their massive circles, squares, and octagons, often connected by long parallel walls, were also clearly made to be seen from a larger perspective, suggesting astronomical or ritualistic alignments. These incredible feats of engineering showcase a sophisticated understanding of geometry and spatial planning. Later, the Fort ancient culture, existing from approximately 1000 CE to 1650 CE, are often associated with many of the effigy mounds found in the Ohio Valley, including the Great Serpent Mound itself. Although its precise cultural attribution remains a subject of gentle debate among archaeologists, these cultures were complex, agrarian societies with rich spiritual lives deeply intertwined with the natural world. Their earthworks were not just artistic expressions. They were integral parts of their cosmology, their social structures, and their interactions with the sacred. They stand as enduring monuments to a profound connection to the land and the sky, revealing a worldview that saw the earth itself as a living, sacred canvas. The cultural context surrounding these effigy mounds is crucial to understanding their significance. For these ancient peoples, the landscape was alive with meaning. Every hill, every river, every animal held spiritual power. Creating these massive animal shapes on the earth was an act of profound reverence and communication. These mounds could have functioned as sacred spaces for ceremonies, places where the community gathered to honor spirits, conduct initiation rites, or celebrate important events. They might have been symbolic representations of clan ancestors or spirit helpers, meant to imbue the land with their power or to guide their people. Some researchers also believe they acted as territorial markers, denoting the lands of specific groups, or as teaching tools, visually narrating creation myths and historical events to future generations. The construction of these mounds, requiring immense collective effort over long periods, also served to reinforce community bonds and shared cultural identity. Imagine the generations involved in their creation. passing down the knowledge and purpose from elder to youth, working in unison towards a common spiritual goal. This collective endeavor transformed the landscape, not just physically, but spiritually, imbuing it with layers of shared history and meaning. These North American marvels, in their quiet dignity, offer us a profound glimpse into a world where the earth was a sacred text and the sky a silent, watchful audience. As we gently continue our journey, we carry the serene understanding that across continents, ancient humanity found ways to connect with the cosmos and with each other, leaving behind these incredible, enduring echoes in the earth, inviting us to quiet contemplation as we drift further into the mysteries of our shared past. As our quiet journey continues to unfold across the continents, we now embark on a truly significant transition, leaving behind the ancient sun-baked deserts of South America, with their intricate lines and colossal figures, and gently drifting across vast oceans to a different land, a different ancient story. Our destination now is North America, a continent rich with its own deep history and profound connections to the earth. Here, the impulse to shape the land for purposes beyond the immediate and the practical took on unique forms, reflecting the distinct cultures and environments of its ancient inhabitants. The tradition of creating monumental earthworks, often imbued with spiritual and astronomical significance, stands as a testament to a shared human desire to communicate with the unseen, to mark time, and to leave an enduring legacy etched into the very soil. In the gentle, rolling hills of what is now Ohio, USA, a truly remarkable and enigmatic earthwork gracefully unfolds across the landscape. The Great Serpent Mound. Imagine a giant, undulating serpent, its sinuous body stretching for nearly a quarter of a mile, meticulously crafted from the earth itself. This is no mere hill. It is a deliberate, ancient sculpture, a masterpiece of prehistoric engineering and artistic vision, slowly rising from the natural contours of the land. Its head, with an open jaw, points westward, seemingly swallowing an oval-shaped mound, while its body coils and twists in 7 distinct curves, culminating in a triple-coiled tail at its eastern end. The scale of this effigy mound, almost 1,348 feet long, is truly astonishing, especially considering it was constructed by hands that lived thousands of years ago. It is a quiet, powerful presence, inviting us to contemplate its silent, ancient wisdom. The Great Serpent Mound is not just an impressive artistic feat. It is also a profound astronomical marvel, a silent observatory aligned with the celestial dance above. Many researchers have meticulously studied its orientation, revealing precise alignments that connect its curves and features to significant cosmic events. For instance, the head of the serpent points to the summer solstice, sunset, while the coils of its body and tail align with other key sunrises and sunsets, as well as the moon's northernmost and southernmost risings. Imagine the ancient peoples, with their deep understanding of the cosmos, carefully observing the heavens, and then translating that intricate knowledge into a monumental design on the earth. This suggests that the Serpent Mound functioned as a sophisticated calendar, a massive instrument for tracking the passage of seasons, crucial for agricultural cycles, hunting patterns, and ceremonial timings. The meticulous precision of these astronomical alignments speaks volumes about the intellectual capabilities and sustained observational practices of its builders. It wasn't a casual construction. It was a deliberate, collective effort guided by centuries, perhaps millennia, of accumulated astronomical wisdom. The very act of aligning such a massive earthwork with the subtle movements of the sun and moon required not only advanced understanding, but also a profound spiritual connection to the cosmos. For these ancient cultures, the sky was not just a distant expanse, but an active, living entity, directly influencing their lives and their spiritual beliefs. The Serpent Mound, therefore, served as a bridge between earth and sky, a tangible link to the cosmic order etched into the rolling hills of Ohio. It is a silent hymn to the universe, inviting us to ponder the deep interconnectedness of ancient human life with the vast, shimmering expanse above, allowing our minds to drift into the quiet contemplation of timeless alignments. This magnificent earthwork stands as an enduring monument to ancient ingenuity, spiritual depth, and a profound respect for the celestial clockwork that governs our world. After contemplating the magnificent Serpent Mound, our gentle journey through North America continues, revealing that this single, powerful earthwork was part of a broader, equally fascinating tradition of monumental land art across the American Midwest, from the lush valleys of Ohio to the riverine plains of Wisconsin, lie hundreds, perhaps thousands, of other significant effigy mounds. These are not merely burial sites or ceremonial platforms, but deliberate landscape sculptures crafted into the shapes of animals, birds, and even abstract designs, each speaking volumes about the cultures that created them. These ancient earthworks are like quiet guardians, sleeping giants etched into the very fabric of the continent, waiting patiently for us to acknowledge their profound presence. Imagine, if you will, floating softly over ancient landscapes and spotting the subtle, yet unmistakable, form of a massive bird, its wings outstretched as if in eternal flight, its silent gaze fixed upon the sky, or perhaps the sturdy, contemplative shape of a bear, its outline carefully sculpted into a gentle rise, its paws seemingly resting on the fertile earth. These effigy mounds, often constructed from carefully chosen earth and stone, are not always as dramatic as the Nazca lines from a high altitude, but their purpose and the sheer labor involved in their creation are no less awe-inspiring. They whisper of a deep reverence for the animal world, a spiritual connection to the creatures that shared their lands and provided sustenance, inspiration, and symbolic power. What profound stories did these animal spirits tell their ancient creators? Were they totems, representations of clan identities, or perhaps guides to the spirit world? We allow our minds to softly ponder these possibilities as the gentle breezes carry us over these ancient earthen forms. These impressive earthworks are primarily attributed to two major ancient cultures of North America, the Adena and Fort. Ancient peoples, along with other related traditions such as the Hopewell, the Adena culture, flourishing from approximately 1000 BCE to 200 CE to 200 CE, was among the earliest mound-building societies in the region. They were known for their elaborate burial mounds, often conical in shape, but also for beginning the tradition of effigy mounds. Their earthworks demonstrate an organized society capable of coordinating significant communal labor for spiritual and ceremonial purposes. Imagine generations of people working together, carrying basketloads of earth, meticulously shaping the land to honor their dead, their spirits, and their worldview. Following the Adena, the Hopewell culture 200 BCE to 500 CE continued and elaborated upon these traditions, creating vast ceremonial complexes with geometric earthworks of astounding precision. While not always animal effigies, their massive circles, squares, and octagons, often connected by long parallel walls, were also clearly made to be seen from a larger perspective, suggesting astronomical or ritualistic alignments. These incredible feats of engineering showcase a sophisticated understanding of geometry and spatial planning. Later, The Fort ancient culture, existing from approximately 1000 CE to 1650 CE, are often associated with many of the effigy mounds found in the Ohio Valley, including the Great Serpent Mound itself. Although its precise cultural attribution remains a subject of gentle debate among archaeologists, these cultures were complex, agrarian societies with rich spiritual lives deeply intertwined with the natural world. Their earthworks were not just artistic expressions. They were integral parts of their cosmology, their social structures, and their interactions with the sacred. They stand as enduring monuments to a profound connection to the land and the sky, revealing a worldview that saw the earth itself as a living, sacred canvas. The cultural context surrounding these effigy mounds is crucial to understanding their significance. For these ancient peoples, the landscape was alive with meaning. Every hill, every river, every animal held spiritual power. Creating these massive animal shapes on the earth was an act of profound reverence and communication. These mounds could have functioned as sacred spaces for ceremonies, places where the community gathered to honor spirits, conduct initiation rites, or celebrate important events. They might have been symbolic representations of clan ancestors or spirit helpers, meant to imbue the land with their power or to guide their people. Some researchers also believe they acted as territorial markers, denoting the lands of specific groups, or as teaching tools, visually narrating creation myths and historical events to future generations. The construction of these mounds, requiring immense collective effort over long periods, also served to reinforce community bonds and shared cultural identity. Imagine the generations involved in their creation, passing down the knowledge and purpose from elder to youth, working in unison towards a common spiritual goal. This collective endeavor transformed the landscape, not just physically, but spiritually, imbuing it with layers of shared history and meaning. These North American marvels, in their quiet dignity, offer us a profound glimpse into a world where the earth was a sacred text and the sky a silent, watchful audience. As we gently continue our journey, we carry this serene understanding that across continents, ancient humanity found ways to connect with the cosmos and with each other, leaving behind these incredible, enduring echoes in the earth, inviting us to quiet contemplation as we drift further into the mysteries of our shared past. As our quiet journey continues to unfold, revealing the remarkable breadth of ancient human expression etched into the earth, we now embark on another gentle transition, leaving behind the vast sun-drenched deserts of South America and the rolling, forested landscapes of North America. Our aerial gaze now softly drifts eastward across the vast Atlantic to the verdant, often mist-shrouded hills of England. Here, the impulse to shape the land took on a distinct and captivating form. Born from a different geology and a unique cultural tapestry, instead of clearing dark stones or building earth mounds, ancient peoples in this part of the world learned to carve their monumental figures into the very chalk hills, revealing the dazzling white bedrock beneath the grassy surface. These are the fabled hill figures of England, silent giants and majestic beasts, gazing out across millennia, each whispering its own intriguing story. One of the most iconic, and indeed ancient, of these European enigmas is the Uffington White Horse. Imagine, if you will, a magnificent, highly stylized equine figure stretched across the brow of a gentle chalk hill in Oxfordshire. Its slender body and elegant, almost abstract, form gracefully outlined against the green. This isn't a realistic depiction of a horse. It's something far more ancient, a symbol of power and speed rendered with extraordinary minimalist artistry, dated to the late Bronze Age, around 1000 BCE. The Uffington White Horse is a breathtaking survivor. Older than the Roman conquest of Britain and contemporary with some of the earliest Iron Age settlements, its impressive length of about 360 feet, or 110 meters, makes it a truly monumental achievement for its time. The method of its creation is as ingenious as it is laborious. The Uffington White Horse was formed by cutting deep trenches into the turf, removing the grass and soil to expose the brilliant white chalk bedrock beneath. These trenches, perhaps 2 to 3 feet deep and varying in width, create the distinct outlines and features of the horse. The chalk, once exposed, would have gleamed brilliantly, making the figure visible from many miles away across the valley. However, chalk is susceptible to being overgrown by grass, so the horse required constant maintenance. For centuries, perhaps even millennia, local communities would gather in a ritualistic scouring ceremony, meticulously recutting and rechalking the lines to preserve the horse's form. This annual act of renewal, passed down through generations, speaks volumes about the deep cultural significance and reverence held for this ancient symbol, ensuring its survival into our modern age. It is a quiet testament to enduring human dedication, a collective commitment to maintain a connection with the ancient past, etched into the very landscape. The purpose of the Uffington White Horse remains a subject of gentle, yet persistent, debate. Was it a tribal emblem, a powerful symbol of the people who inhabited this land? Was it a representation of a horse deity, perhaps connected to the Celtic goddess Epona, or a guardian spirit watching over the ancient ridgeway path that passes nearby? Its stylized form has also led some to suggest an astronomical connection, perhaps aligning with certain constellations or celestial events. What we do know is that horses held immense significance in ancient Celtic and Bronze Age cultures, often associated with kingship, warfare, and fertility. The Uffington White Horse, therefore, is more than just a grand drawing. It is a profound cultural artifact, a silent window into the beliefs and identity of a people whose voices have long since faded, but whose art continues to speak to us across the mists of time, inviting quiet contemplation. Now, let us turn our gaze to another of England's famed hill figures, one that is perhaps even more mysterious and certainly more controversial: the Cerne Abos giant, located in Dorset. This colossal nude male figure is carved into a steep chalk hillside, holding a club in one hand and featuring prominent, indeed exaggerated, phallic characteristics. Its staggering height of 180 feet, or 55 meters, makes it an undeniable presence in the landscape, a figure that demands attention and sparks immediate questions. Unlike the ancient elegance of the Uffington White Horse, the Cerne Abos giant possesses a raw, almost primitive power, its gaze seemingly confronting the viewer, or perhaps even the heavens themselves. The history of the Cerne Abos giant is shrouded in far more uncertainty than its equine counterpart. For centuries, its origins were believed to be ancient, perhaps Roman or even pre-Roman, possibly connected to fertility cults or ancient deities like Hercules. However, archaeological investigations in recent decades have produced more complex and perhaps even surprising results. While some evidence suggests an earlier origin, carbon dating of soil samples from within the figure's outline has indicated a much later creation, possibly as recent as the late 17th century, or perhaps even later. This startling revelation has sparked intense debate among historians and archaeologists. Was it created in response to political or religious events of the time? Was it a satirical piece, a rebellious statement, or simply a folk art creation on a grand scale? The debate gently rages on, leaving the true age and purpose of the Cern Abbas giant cloaked in a captivating veil of mystery. Despite the debates surrounding its age, the purpose of the Cern Abbas giant is most often linked to fertility. Its explicit features strongly suggest a connection to ancient rituals and beliefs surrounding procreation, abundance, and the vitality of life. Local folklore for centuries has associated the giant with fertility rites, with tales of couples sleeping within its lines to conceive, or women visiting the site to aid in childbirth. Even if its creation date is more recent than initially thought, it is possible it was deliberately designed to evoke a sense of ancient power and symbolism, tapping into a long-standing tradition of fertility worship. It remains a potent symbol, a striking reminder of the enduring human fascination with life's generative forces, etched boldly into the English landscape, a quiet testament to both mystery and the primal aspects of human belief. As we gently contrast the creation methods of these European hill figures with the desert lines of Peru, we observe both striking differences and a shared fundamental impulse. In Peru, the Nazca and Palpa artists worked with the natural contrast of dark rock and light soil, essentially drawing outlines on a vast, flat, or gently sloping canvas. The arid climate acted as a perfect preservative, safeguarding their creations for millennia with minimal human intervention. In England, however, the medium was the soft, white chalk beneath a grassy layer. This required a method of cutting away the turf to expose the dazzling substrate. Critically, these chalk figures demanded constant, active maintenance, regular scouring to prevent them from being swallowed by encroaching vegetation. This difference highlights the adaptability of ancient artists, working with the materials and environmental conditions available to them. Yet, the underlying desire remains the same: to create monumental art visible from a distance, to communicate with unseen forces, to mark the landscape with profound meaning. Whether for gods, ancestors, or travelers, the human spirit, across continents and cultures, has always sought to leave its indelible mark upon the earth, a silent, enduring conversation between humanity and the vast, silent sky. We carry this serene understanding with us as our journey continues, connecting these disparate points on our globe into a shared human story, inviting us to quiet rest as these ancient tales softly resonate. As our quiet journey continues to reveal the diverse ways ancient hands shaped the earth across continents, we now embark on another gentle, yet profound, transition. Leaving the familiar chalk hills of England behind, our aerial gaze now softly drifts eastward, across vast plains and towering mountain ranges, into the heart of Central Asia. Here, in the immense, often overlooked, landscapes of what are now Kazakhstan and parts of Russia, a different kind of ancient mystery quietly awaits, a discovery so monumental and unexpected that it has reshaped our understanding of prehistoric earthworks. These are the geoglyphs of the Eurasian steppes, vast geometric patterns that, for millennia, lay hidden in plain sight, their true scale and intricate designs only recently unveiled to the modern world. It is a quiet testament to the enduring secrets the earth still holds, patiently waiting for our discerning eyes. Imagine, if you will, floating high above the vast, golden grasslands and semi-deserts of Kazakhstan, an endless expanse that stretches to the horizon. Suddenly, beneath you, a sight emerges that almost defies belief. Not an animal figure, nor a human form, but immense, perfectly rendered geometric patterns sprawling across hundreds of meters, some even kilometers. These are the great geoglyphs of Kazakhstan, a series of more than 260 enormous earthworks, predominantly geometric in nature, discovered only in 2007 through the groundbreaking use of satellite imagery. For centuries, these colossal designs remained largely unknown to the wider world, their true majesty obscured by their immense scale and the remote, sparsely populated terrain. They are a true hidden bomb in the archaeological world, challenging our preconceived notions of where and when such monumental land art flourished. Among these awe-inspiring discoveries is the Ushtegay Square, a vast geometric formation of 5 concentric squares, spanning an incredible 250 meters across. Imagine the sheer dedication required to lay out such perfect squares on such a colossal scale, without the benefit of aerial views in an ancient time. Its precision speaks to a highly organized society with a sophisticated understanding of geometry and surveying. Nearby, we find the Turgai Geoglyphs, a collection of immense mounds, circles, and crosses, some reaching diameters of over 300 meters. These are not merely haphazard arrangements of stones. They are deliberate, carefully constructed earthworks, formed by mounding earth into precise shapes that stand subtly above the surrounding terrain. The discovery of these sites, initially spotted by Dmitry Day, a Kazakh economist, on Google Earth, underscores the revolutionary role of modern satellite technology in uncovering ancient mysteries. From the vast distances of space, these ancient patterns reveal themselves with breathtaking clarity, patterns that were virtually impossible to discern from the ground. This relatively recent revelation has opened up entirely new avenues of archaeological research, prompting us to ask profound questions. Who were the people who created these immense geometric masterpieces? What advanced knowledge did they possess to achieve such scale and precision? And what profound messages, what deep meanings, were encoded within these silent, sprawling patterns in the heart of Eurasia? We can only wonder, allowing our minds to drift with the quiet winds of discovery as we contemplate these newly revealed ancient marvels, connecting the dots of human ingenuity across the globe. As our quiet contemplation of Central Asia's immense geoglyphs continues, we are drawn deeper into the vastness of the Eurasian steppes, a landscape that quietly holds more secrets than we can yet imagine. Beyond the spectacular discoveries in Kazakhstan, there are whispers, and indeed mounting evidence, of other similar large-scale patterns scattered across this immense region. From the Russian steppes to other remote corners of Central Asia, these are often subtle earthworks, barely visible to the untrained eye from the ground, patiently awaiting the precise gaze of modern technology to reveal their ancient forms. Imagine the countless journeys of ancient peoples across these plains, their lives intertwined with the land, leaving behind marks that only now, through our quiet, scientific curiosity, are beginning to speak to us across millennia. This vast expanse of land continues to serve as an immense, unfolding canvas, continually revealing new layers of human ingenuity and profound connection to the cosmos. The relatively recent discovery of these monumental earthworks are truly modern archaeological marvelos, an immense debt to the advancements in satellite imagery. Tools like Google Earth, which allow us to zoom in on virtually any part of the planet, have revolutionized our ability to spot patterns and anomalies that would be impossible to detect from ground level or even from traditional aerial surveys. It's a quiet testament to how technology can bridge the gap between our present understanding and a distant, forgotten past. Imagine an archaeologist, once reliant on arduous ground expeditions, now able to scan thousands of square miles from their computer screen, searching for the subtle hallmarks of ancient human activity. The gentle hum of satellites orbiting above our heads becomes a silent scout, patiently mapping the Earth and helping us uncover secrets that have been hidden beneath the shifting sands and grasses for centuries, perhaps even millennia. Beyond basic satellite imagery, other advanced technologies are increasingly playing a vital role in these ongoing discoveries and the meticulous study of these sites. LiDAR, or light detection and ranging, uses pulsed laser light to measure distances and create detailed 3D maps of the Earth's surface. This technology can penetrate dense vegetation or subtle topographical changes, revealing faint earthworks and patterns that are otherwise obscured. Drones, equipped with high-resolution cameras and mapping capabilities, offer an even more localized and detailed perspective, allowing researchers to capture intricate details of geoglyphs once they have been identified. These technologies are not just tools, they are extensions of our quiet, collective human curiosity, allowing us to see the world and its ancient stories with unprecedented clarity and precision. They transform the once impossible task of mapping and studying these colossal earthworks into a journey of gentle exploration, allowing the silent voices of the past to finally resonate with us. However, the study of these Eurasian geoglyphs is not without its significant challenges, each one deepening the sense of mystery and inviting a greater appreciation for the dedicated researchers. Many of these sites are located in incredibly remote and often unforgiving areas, far from modern infrastructure and populated centers. Imagine the logistical hurdles of mounting an archaeological expedition to a distant, windswept steppe, where water is scarce and conditions can be extreme. Simply accessing these sites can be a monumental task, requiring extensive planning and resources. Furthermore, the scale of these geoglyphs presents its own set of research difficulties. How does one meticulously survey and excavate a geometric pattern that spans hundreds of meters, or even kilometers, while preserving its integrity and context? The sheer vastness demands innovative approaches to data collection and analysis, often relying heavily on remote sensing and aerial photography before any ground investigation can begin. The delicate balance between studying these sites and protecting them from erosion, human impact, and the relentless forces of nature becomes a profound responsibility, a quiet duty to safeguard these whispers from the past. Perhaps the greatest challenge, and indeed the most captivating aspect of these discoveries, lies in the interpretative void. Unlike the Nazca lines, where we have a more developed understanding of the associated ancient cultures, the identities of the creators of many of these Central Asian geoglyphs remain largely unknown. We have very little historical or ethnographic data to draw upon, leaving their true purpose open to serene speculation. Were they astronomical calendars, guiding ancient nomadic peoples across the steppes? Were they sacred ritual sites, marking profound connections to the land and sky? Or perhaps territorial markers, delineating the vast domains of ancient tribes? Each unanswered question deepens the quiet wonder, inviting us to contemplate the profound mysteries that still lie hidden within the heart of our world, patiently waiting for us to gently unravel their ancient narratives. These quiet earthworks, revealed by modern eyes, continue to pose questions that resonate with the very essence of human curiosity, connecting us to a shared, enduring past. As our quiet journey across continents continues, gently unveiling the vast tapestry of ancient earthworks, we now drift from the sprawling steppes of Central Asia across the Caspian Sea to a region steeped in millennia of human history and profound mystery, the sun-baked deserts of the Middle East. Here, the land itself holds secrets far older and more complex than many could imagine. Not just isolated figures or geometric patterns, but vast networks of stone structures, so immense in their scale and intricate in their design that they have earned the evocative name, works of the old men. Imagine leaving behind the familiar contours of known civilizations and finding yourself suspended above an ancient, silent ocean of sand and rock, where colossal, mysterious patterns emerge from the landscape, not as drawings, but as carefully constructed stone architecture, visible only from the vastness of the sky. This enigmatic collection of structures, stretching across the deserts of Jordan, Syria, and Saudi Arabia, represents an astonishing feat of ancient engineering on a truly monumental scale. When viewed from above, particularly through the lens of satellite imagery or high-altitude flight, these works of the old men reveal themselves as sprawling, interconnected systems of stone formations. Among the most common are the wheels, circular or semicircular arrangements of stone, sometimes with spokes radiating from a central hub, or with cairns clustered within their perimeters. These vary greatly in size, some only a few meters across, while others stretch for hundreds of meters, dotting the ancient desert like a celestial cartographer's discarded designs. They are quiet puzzles, inviting us to ponder their silent purpose as we gently drift over their ancient forms. Beyond the mysterious wheels, we also find kites, vast, arrowhead-shaped structures, often with long tails or guiding walls that converge towards a central enclosure. These truly immense constructions, some extending for many kilometers, were ingeniously designed to funnel large herds of wild animals into a killing pit or confined space. Imagine the coordinated effort, the profound understanding of animal behavior, and the immense labor required to construct such elaborate, large-scale traps in a remote desert landscape. They speak of a practical, yet monumental, ingenuity, a quiet testament to the resourcefulness and collective effort of ancient hunter-gatherer or pastoralist societies adapting to their challenging environment. Their presence hints at a way of life deeply intertwined with the rhythms of the land and the movements of its wild inhabitants. And then there are the pendants, long, trailing lines of cairns, piles of stones, often extending from larger burial mounds, stretching across the landscape like silent, stony necklaces. These structures, while perhaps less dramatic in their individual form, contribute to the overwhelming sense of a landscape purposefully shaped and organized by ancient hands. Their function likely varied, perhaps marking processional routes, delineating sacred spaces, or serving as funerary markers, guiding spirits or commemorating ancestors. Each of these different types of structures, the wheels, the kites, and the pendants, contributes to a breathtakingly complex network of ancient land art, all made to be seen and understood from an aerial perspective. Their very existence challenges our modern assumptions about the capabilities and motivations of early human societies, whispering to us of a forgotten complexity in their ancient lives. What truly sets these works of the old men apart, alongside their immense scale, is their staggering age. While precise dating can be challenging across such a vast and varied network, archaeological evidence suggests that many of these structures date back thousands of years to the Neolithic period, some possibly even older. This places their creation at a time when much of what is now barren desert was a more fertile, habitable landscape, capable of supporting the populations necessary for such monumental endeavors. Imagine human communities, living perhaps 7,000 to 10,000 years ago, methodically arranging these stones, driven by purposes we can only begin to softly contemplate. This ancient timeline makes them contemporaries with some of the world's earliest known monumental architecture and farming communities, revealing a sophisticated level of social organization and collective vision far earlier than many traditional histories suggest. Their silent endurance through millennia of environmental change and the slow hand of time is a profound testament to the lasting impact of human endeavor, etched into the very bones of the earth, waiting patiently for us to quietly absorb their ancient secrets. As we gently continue our aerial contemplation of the works of the old men, the profound mystery of their purpose deepens, inviting us to serenely explore the range of theories that archaeologists and historians have put forth. These ancient structures, so vast and meticulously crafted, were almost certainly not created without significant intent. Each wheel, each kite, each pendant, whispers of a function deeply woven into the daily lives, spiritual beliefs, or survival strategies of the people who shaped this ancient desert. Let us first gently consider the immense kites, those arrowhead-shaped formations with their long guiding walls. The prevailing theory, one that resonates with the practical realities of ancient desert life, is that these were colossal animal traps. Imagine herds of gazelles or other wild game, gently guided by ancient hunters using these extensive stone walls, funneled towards a central enclosure where they could be captured or culled. The sheer scale and ingenuity involved in constructing such elaborate traps speaks volumes about the collective intelligence, coordinated effort, and profound understanding of animal behavior possessed by these early societies. It paints a picture of communal hunting, a sophisticated and vital activity in a landscape where sustenance was hard-won. This practical purpose, while less overtly spiritual than some other geoglyphs, is no less awe-inspiring, a quiet testament to the human spirit's remarkable capacity for adaptation and cooperation in the face of challenging environments. We can almost hear the soft whispers of ancient hunters, the quiet rustle of animals, carried on the timeless desert winds. Then, we turn our gaze to the enigmatic wheels, those circular or semicircular patterns that dot the landscape. Their purpose is far more open to contemplative interpretation. Some researchers suggest that these circular structures served as ancient ritual sites, sacred spaces where communities gathered for ceremonies, offerings, or perhaps to connect with their ancestors or deities. Imagine solemn processions moving within these circles under the vast desert sky, their voices rising in ancient chants, seeking blessings or giving thanks. The placement of cairns within some of these wheels might indicate burials, suggesting a funerary aspect, where the deceased were honored and laid to rest in places of profound spiritual significance. For ancient peoples, the circle often symbolized eternity, completeness, and the cycles of life and death, lending a powerful, quiet meaning to these enduring stone rings. Another compelling theory for some of the wheels points towards an astronomical function. Just as with the Nazca lines or the Serpent Mound, the alignment of certain stone circles or their internal spokes could have marked important celestial events. Imagine careful observations of the rising and setting sun at solstices or equinoxes, or the tracking of prominent stars and constellations, crucial for understanding time, seasons, and perhaps even guiding nomadic movements across the vast plains. The sheer number and variety of these circular structures suggest a diversity of purpose, perhaps some practical, some ritualistic, and some deeply astronomical, all woven into the rich tapestry of ancient life in the Middle East. Indeed, the logistical challenges involved in studying these works of the old men are immense, adding layers to their enduring mystery. Many of these sites are situated in incredibly remote and often volatile regions, making traditional archaeological fieldwork both difficult and dangerous. Imagine the vast, unforgiving expanses of desert, the extreme temperatures, the scarcity of water, and the sheer logistical effort required to transport teams and equipment to these isolated locations. These aren't sites easily accessed by paved roads. They often lie in areas requiring specialized vehicles, extensive planning, and a deep understanding of the desert environment. The silent solitude of these places, while beautiful, also contributes to the slow pace of their archaeological unraveling. The sheer scale of these networks also presents a formidable challenge. How does one meticulously map, survey, and excavate structures that can extend for hundreds of kilometers, often interconnected in complex ways? Traditional ground surveys would take lifetimes, underscoring why modern satellite imagery has been such a game-changer. Even with remote sensing, ground truthing, the essential process of verifying satellite observations with on-site investigation, remains crucial, and it is a slow, methodical process in such vast and challenging conditions. These logistical hurdles mean that much of the works of the old men still lie largely unexamined, their secrets only partially glimpsed from above, patiently awaiting deeper, quieter exploration. They are a profound reminder that our planet still holds countless mysteries, ancient whispers waiting to be heard. If only we have the patience and dedication to listen. We find a deep sense of peace in knowing that these silent ancient structures continue to guard their secrets, inviting us to contemplate the untold stories of civilizations that once thrived in these now desolate lands, leaving their mark for the patient observer and for the quiet dreamer. As our quiet, contemplative journey spans the globe, revealing the myriad ways ancient humans have inscribed their stories upon the earth, we now undertake a significant, yet gentle, shift in perspective, leaving the profoundly ancient works of the old men in the Middle Eastern deserts. We drift ever eastward, crossing vast oceans, towards the unique and ancient continent of Australia. Here, in the vast, often desolate landscapes of South Australia, we encounter a geoglyph that, while monumental in scale, carries a distinctly modern enigma. It is a story not of forgotten civilizations, but of a mystery created in recent memory. A colossal figure that emerged suddenly and silently from the arid earth, baffling experts and captivating imaginations across the world. This is the Moray Man. Imagine, if you will, floating high above the remote, red dust plains of the South Australian outback, a landscape of immense solitude and stark beauty. Suddenly, etched into this vast, unblemished canvas, appears the unmistakable figure of a human, a hunter, perhaps, or a ceremonial dancer. This truly gigantic anthropomorphic geoglyph, stretching an astonishing 4.2 kilometers, or 2.6 miles, from head to foot, is one of the largest artworks ever created on Earth. The Moray Man depicts a male figure holding what appears to be a woomera, a traditional indigenous Australian spear thrower, in one hand. Its immense scale means that, like the ancient Nazca lines, it is fully comprehensible only from an aerial perspective. This solitary giant, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, immediately captured global attention and ignited a profound mystery that continues to resonate with us today. What makes the Moray Man so uniquely enigmatic is its relatively recent and entirely unknown origin. Discovered in 1998 by a charter pilot flying over the remote desert, there was no prior record of its existence, no claims of its creation, and no discernible cultural context linking it to known ancient traditions. Imagine the sheer disbelief and wonder of that pilot, spotting such a colossal figure in such a desolate place. A silent sentinel suddenly manifest on the landscape. The figure was meticulously crafted by carving lines into the reddish soil to expose the lighter earth beneath. a method reminiscent of some ancient geoglyphs, yet executed with an astonishing precision that suggests modern tools and techniques. The lines are incredibly straight and consistently wide, hinting at a sophisticated level of planning and execution. The mystery surrounding its creation has led to various theories, ranging from an anonymous artistic statement, a sophisticated marketing stunt gone awry, or even a tribute to indigenous Australians. Each possibility adds another layer to its silent allure, inviting us to ponder the motivations of those who would dedicate such immense effort to a creation meant for the sky, and perhaps for no human acknowledgement at all. This anonymous, colossal figure prompts a profound reflection on the enduring human impulse to mark the land, to leave a signature, seen or unseen, on the vast canvas of our world, a quiet testament to a desire that transcends time and personal recognition. As we quietly contemplate the Moray Man, a modern enigma etched into the vast Australian landscape, it serves as a powerful bridge, connecting us to a much deeper, more ancient tradition of ground art on this remarkable continent, long before European arrival, and indeed continuing to this day. Indigenous Australian peoples have maintained an extraordinary and profound relationship with their land, a connection expressed through intricate ceremonies, oral histories, and a rich tapestry of art, much of which is created directly on the ground. This ancient art, while differing in its method and often its purpose from the geoglyphs we have explored thus far, functions in a similar way as large-scale ground markings, imbued with deep cultural and spiritual significance, seen and understood from various perspectives, whether from a subtle elevation or through the lens of spiritual understanding. Imagine, if you will, not lines carved into bedrock, but carefully arranged stones, meticulously cleared patches of earth, or designs woven from natural materials, creating patterns that are integral to ceremonial grounds. These are not always geoglyphs in the archaeological sense of the Nazca lines, but rather dynamic, living artworks directly connected to what is known as the dreaming, or the dreamtime. The dreaming is the Aboriginal understanding of the world, its creation, and its spiritual laws. It encompasses the past, present, and future, and is expressed through stories, songs, dances, and art that often involve the landscape itself as a canvas. These ground markings are often temporary, created for specific ceremonies, and then allowed to return to the earth, yet their spiritual significance is eternal, renewed with each new performance and each passing generation. The purpose of these ancient indigenous Australian ground art sites is deeply embedded in their cultural and spiritual practices. Many of them serve as ceremonial grounds, sacred spaces where communities gather for rites of passage, initiation ceremonies, or to reenact creation stories. The ground designs often represent ancestral beings, significant dreaming tracks, or songlines, invisible pathways across the land that record the travels of ancestral spirits during the creation period, marked by natural features and sometimes by these very ground patterns. These songlines are not just maps, they are complex repositories of knowledge, history, and spiritual lore passed down through generations. To create these ground markings is to actively participate in the ongoing act of creation, to connect with the ancestral spirits, and to teach the profound wisdom of the land to the younger generations. Consider the immense cultural context woven into every stone placement, every cleared patch of earth. These artworks are not just visual, they are intrinsically linked to dance, song, and oral tradition. A ground design might be the stage for a ceremonial dance, with the dancer's movements animating the ancestral story represented on the earth. The patterns could denote different territories, mark boundaries between clans, or highlight vital resources like waterholes or food sources in the vast and challenging environment. The creation of such art is a communal act, a powerful expression of collective identity and shared belief, reinforcing the deep social bonds that have sustained indigenous communities for tens of thousands of years on this continent. It is a quiet, powerful reminder of how human beings, across all cultures, seek to find meaning and order in their world, and to leave a lasting, spiritual imprint on the very earth they inhabit. This respectful acknowledgement of ancient indigenous Australian ground art allows us to broaden our understanding of land art traditions beyond the conventional definition of geoglyphs. It highlights the diverse ways humanity has interacted with and shaped the earth for ceremonial, spiritual, and communicative purposes. While the Murray Man remains a modern mystery, the rich history of indigenous ground art provides a profound and ancient cultural context for the human impulse to leave grand, meaningful marks upon the land. These traditions remind us that the earth itself is a sacred book, its pages etched with stories, histories, and spiritual knowledge, waiting patiently for us to approach with reverence and an open heart, ready to listen to the quiet, enduring wisdom that resonates across the Australian landscapes. As we gently depart this ancient continent, we carry with us the serene understanding of humanity's deep and varied connection to the earth, a connection that continues to inspire wonder and invite peaceful contemplation as we drift into rest. As our quiet, global tapestry of earthworks continues to unfold, revealing the profound and varied ways ancient humanity has shaped its world, we now embark on another gentle, yet deeply significant, transition. Leaving the ancient land art traditions of Australia, we drift westward, across the shimmering Indian Ocean, towards the majestic and often mysterious continent of Africa. Here, in the vast, almost unimaginable expanse of the Sahara Desert, a different kind of ancient whisper resonates, one of profound age, hidden patterns, and the relentless, artistic hand of nature itself. Imagine, if you will, floating high above an ocean of sand, rock, and ancient dry riverbeds, a landscape so immense it dwarfs human perception, a silent canvas that has held secrets for tens of thousands of years, patiently awaiting our serene contemplation. The Sahara, the largest hot desert in the world, is far more than just endless dunes. It is a land of incredible geological diversity, from towering mountain ranges to vast, flat plains and ancient river systems that once flowed abundantly when the climate was far different. For millennia, this now arid expanse was home to thriving civilizations, rich ecosystems, and diverse cultures, all leaving their marks on the landscape. While not as immediately famous for distinct geoglyphs like the Nazca lines, the sheer scale and unexplored nature of the Sahara suggest the tantalizing possibility of other large-scale ground patterns awaiting discovery. Perhaps subtle arrangements of stones, vast cleared areas, or even ancient pathways that, when viewed from a great height, reveal a hidden intentional design. The very act of imagining such ancient, subtle marks emerging from the desert floor adds a layer of gentle intrigue to our journey, inviting us to wonder what else lies quietly concealed beneath the shifting sands of time. Indeed, Africa is already renowned for its breathtaking ancient rock art, found in numerous sites across the Sahara, from the Tassili Najur in Algeria to the caves of the Messac Setafet in Libya. These vibrant, millennial paintings and engravings depict animals, human figures, and intricate scenes of daily life, hunting, and ceremony. offering a vivid window into the lives of the ancient peoples who once thrived here when the Sahara was a lush, green savanna. While most of these are on vertical rock faces or within caves, some of these artistic impulses might have extended to the ground itself. Imagine larger compositions, perhaps ceremonial arrangements of stones or patterns created by clearing vegetation or darker stones that, while primarily viewed from ground level, might have held a broader, symbolic meaning when seen from a slightly elevated position, such as a nearby hill or sacred mountain. This suggests a continuous thread of land-based artistic expression, adapted to the unique materials and perspectives available to its creators. A quiet testament to their profound connection to the vastness of their world. The discussion of ancient rock art in the Sahara leads us to consider how some natural or even less obvious man-made patterns might be interpreted from an aerial perspective, even if they were not explicitly designed to be seen from the sky in the same way as the Nazca lines. The dramatic geological formations, the patterns of ancient riverbeds, wadis, and the subtle changes in soil coloration can create vast, naturally occurring designs that, through the human lens of interpretation, might have been seen by ancient peoples as imbued with spiritual significance or as natural markers in a sacred landscape. What if certain natural patterns, when combined with subtle human alterations, formed a larger, meaningful image from an elevated view, perhaps from a high cliff or a ceremonial platform? This gentle speculation broadens our understanding of geoglyph to include the dynamic interplay between human intention and the natural canvas of the earth itself. A quiet dance between creator and creation, seen from above. However, the Sahara also presents immense challenges for the discovery and preservation of such ancient artworks. The desert is a relentless sculptor, its powerful forces constantly reshaping the landscape. Wind erosion, in particular, is a significant threat. Relentless sandstorms can scour away faint markings, fill in subtle depressions, and bury entire sites beneath vast dunes, erasing millennia of human endeavor in a matter of decades or centuries. The ephemeral nature of art created directly on the ground, such as patterns made with loose stones or cleared earth, means they are especially vulnerable to these natural processes. Imagine a delicate pattern, carefully laid out, slowly being swallowed by shifting sands, its ancient message fading with each passing breeze. This constant battle against the elements means that many potential geoglyphs in the Sahara may have simply disappeared, leaving no trace for us to discover. Furthermore, the sheer vastness and remoteness of the Sahara mean that large areas remain largely unexplored by archaeologists. The logistical difficulties of ground expeditions across such a challenging environment make comprehensive surveys incredibly difficult and costly. Yet, it is precisely in this context that modern satellite imagery and aerial reconnaissance continue to offer immense hope. Much like the discoveries in Central Asia, the Sahara might hold countless more secrets, ancient patterns lying hidden beneath the surface or simply unnoticed, waiting for the discerning eye of technology to reveal them. This ongoing search, this quiet dedication to uncovering the whispers of the past, reminds us that our planet still holds countless wonders, patiently guarded by the silent, eternal sands of time, inviting us to find peace in the contemplation of these vast, uncharted histories. The possibility of future discoveries in this colossal desert region adds a gentle layer of excitement to our understanding, connecting the past to a future of unveiling as we quietly continue our journey, ever so softly, towards rest. As our long, quiet journey across the continents draws us gently towards a moment of reflection, We can now look back at the incredible, often breathtaking, variety of geoglyphs and monumental earthworks we have encountered. From the intricate desert lines of Peru to the sinuous mounds of North America, the chalk figures of England, the immense geometric patterns of Central Asia, the vast stone networks of the Middle East, and the subtle, ancient ground art of Australia and Africa. Each site has told its own silent story. Yet together, they weave a magnificent, global tapestry of human endeavor. It is a tapestry that speaks not only of disparate cultures, but also of shared impulses, profound connections, and a universal desire to communicate with the world around them, and perhaps with realms beyond our immediate perception. Despite the vast distances separating these ancient creators, and the incredibly diverse environments in which they worked, a striking pattern of commonalities emerges. The first, and perhaps most profound, is the sheer monumental scale of these artworks. Whether we consider the vast spider of Nazca, the colossal Atacama giant, the quarter-mile-long serpent mound, or the kilometers-spanning kites of the Middle East, these creations are undeniably immense. They demanded extraordinary collective effort, sustained vision, and sophisticated organization from societies we often mistakenly label as primitive. This universal urge to create something so vast, so enduring, suggests that the messages or purposes behind them were of the utmost importance, transcending individual lives and echoing through generations. It is a quiet testament to ancient human ambition and the profound power of working together towards a shared, grand vision. A second, undeniable commonality, the very heart of our journey, is the visibility from above aspect. Almost all the geoglyphs we have serenely explored share this intriguing characteristic. Their full form, their true majesty, is only revealed when viewed from an elevated perspective. How did ancient peoples, without the benefit of flight, conceptualize and execute such designs? This persistent question invites us to ponder their ingenuity, perhaps through elevated platforms, ingenious scaling models, or a profound understanding of perspective that allowed them to translate small designs into colossal ground art. This universal design choice, across such diverse cultures, suggests a shared understanding of an audience not limited to ground-level observers. It points to a communication directed upwards, a profound dialogue with the sky, the cosmos, or perhaps unseen spiritual beings who resided above. This deep, quiet mystery connects all these sites, making us wonder what kind of universal messages were being sent into the heavens, or what celestial wisdom was being sought from them. Furthermore, a recurring theme across many of these global geoglyphs is the possibility of astronomical alignments and ritualistic significance. We saw this in the precise orientation of the Great Serpent Mound, aligning with solstices and lunar cycles, and in the potential calendar functions of the Nazca lines and some of the Middle Eastern wheels. For ancient agrarian or nomadic societies, deeply dependent on the rhythms of nature, understanding the cosmos was not merely an academic pursuit. It was a matter of survival, intertwined with their spiritual beliefs. Many geoglyphs likely served as vast, open-air observatories, silent clocks etched into the earth, guiding planting seasons, hunting migrations, or ceremonial timings. Beyond practical astronomy, the act of creating and interacting with these monumental figures was often imbued with deep ritualistic meaning. Processions along sacred lines, ceremonies within circular enclosures, or offerings made in the presence of colossal figures all point to a profound spiritual connection to the land and the sky. These earthworks were not just art, they were sacred spaces, prayers in stone and earth, tangible connections to the divine. echoing with the quiet reverence of their creators. This shared impulse to connect with the celestial, to seek meaning in the stars, and to imbue the landscape with sacred purpose, binds these ancient cultures together in a profound, timeless dialogue. This synthesis reveals a stunning picture of ancient human creativity and shared cognitive processes across the globe. Despite their geographical isolation, these cultures independently arrived at the same monumental solutions to express their deepest beliefs and practical needs. It is a comforting thought, a quiet affirmation of our shared humanity, that across vast stretches of time and space, our ancestors looked up at the same stars, felt the same earth beneath their feet, and harbored a similar impulse to leave a lasting, meaningful mark that would endure for generations. The diverse forms and specific cultural contexts may vary, but the fundamental drive to shape the world for a purpose seen from above remains a profound, unifying testament to the human spirit, inviting us to find deep peace in this global connection. While these profound commonalities beautifully link ancient cultures across the globe, the specific purposes for which these geoglyphs were created often diverged, reflecting the unique needs, beliefs, and environments of each society. This rich variety in intent only deepens our appreciation for the multifaceted nature of human ingenuity and spiritual expression. As we gently explore these different functions, we begin to understand how the same fundamental impulse to mark the earth for the sky could manifest in remarkably distinct ways, each with its own quiet significance. For some cultures, these colossal ground markings likely served as highly sophisticated astronomical calendars. We have already touched upon this with the Great Serpent Mound, whose precise alignments tracked the sun and moon. Imagine the Nazca people meticulously observing the celestial dance, etching into their desert canvas a grand, silent clock. These earthbound calendars would have been vital tools for an agrarian society, dictating the optimal times for planting and harvesting, ensuring the survival and prosperity of their communities. The rhythm of life, harmonized with the rhythm of the cosmos, was written large upon the land itself, a gentle reminder that ancient wisdom was often deeply practical, woven into the very fabric of their daily existence and their profound understanding of the natural world. In other instances, geoglyphs may have functioned as essential pathways or territorial markers. Think of the immense Atacama giant, potentially guiding ancient caravan routes through an unforgiving desert, a silent, enduring beacon across vast, featureless expanses. Similarly, some of the geometric patterns, whether in Peru or the newly discovered steppes of Central Asia, could have delineated tribal lands, marked sacred boundaries, or served as waypoints for nomadic peoples. These colossal markers would have provided a clear, unmistakable declaration of presence and ownership, a quiet, yet powerful assertion of identity and control over the landscape. They transformed the ground into a living map, a silent guide for those who understood its ancient language, a testament to the organizational and communal aspects of ancient life. And then, perhaps most compellingly, many geoglyphs undeniably served as profound spiritual symbols or storytelling devices. The animal figures of Nazca, the anthropomorphic shapes of Palpa, or the effigy mounds of North America were not just pictures. They were imbued with deep religious and mythological meaning. They could represent deities, ancestral spirits, or powerful totems, connecting the earthly realm to the divine. The very act of creating these images, often requiring immense communal effort, would have been a powerful ritual in itself, a form of collective prayer or offering. They might also have functioned as vast storytelling canvases, visually narrating creation myths, tribal histories, or important ceremonial narratives to future generations, reinforcing cultural identity and shared spiritual beliefs. It is a quiet reflection on the universal human need to tell stories, to imbue our world with meaning, and to connect with something larger than ourselves. A connection etched into the very earth for all time. Finally, we encounter theories that push the boundaries of our conventional understanding, inviting us to contemplate possibilities that resonate with the broader human imagination. While grounded archaeology prioritizes empirical evidence, the profound mystery of geoglyphs has naturally led to more speculative ideas. Could some of these seen from the sky artworks have been designed for communication with celestial beings, or even represent an influence from visitors beyond our world? These are ideas often presented with a gentle curiosity, as part of the vast tapestry of human inquiry into the truly unexplained. Or perhaps they are remnants of advanced lost civilizations, whose knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and large-scale engineering far surpassed what we currently attribute to their historical period. These more speculative theories, while often lacking definitive proof, serve to highlight the enduring questions these geoglyphs pose, reminding us that the past still holds secrets that continue to challenge our perceptions. They invite us to quietly ponder the boundless possibilities of ancient human ingenuity, or perhaps even a broader cosmic interaction, allowing our minds to drift into a state of serene wonder, where the conventional and the extraordinary gently intertwine, ultimately, whether serving as calendars, pathways, spiritual symbols, or storytelling devices. All these diverse purposes converge on one powerful, shared human impulse: the innate desire to leave a lasting mark, to communicate across time and space, and to connect with forces beyond our immediate grasp. It is a testament to the depth of human spirituality, ingenuity, and collective endeavor that our ancestors, across every continent, felt compelled to shape their world on such a grand, sky-facing scale. These geoglyphs are not just ancient artworks, they are profound echoes of a shared human spirit, inviting us to contemplate the timeless connection between humanity, the earth, and the boundless cosmos, as we gently drift into the quietude of understanding and rest. As our quiet journey has gently unfolded across the breathtaking tapestry of our planet, we have witnessed an astonishing, almost universal, human impulse, the desire to create monumental art upon the very earth itself. From the sun-baked plains of Nazca in Peru, where hummingbirds and spiders whispered secrets to the sky, to the solitary grandeur of the Atacama giant in Chile, standing as a sentinel on remote hillsides, we then drifted to the verdant, rolling landscapes of North America, where the winding form of the Serpent Mound mirrored celestial paths, and other effigy mounds gave shape to revered animal spirits. Our aerial gaze then crossed to the ancient chalk hills of England, where the Uffington white horse galloped through millennia, and the Cerne Abbas giant stood as a bold, if enigmatic, declaration. The vast, silent steppes of Kazakhstan and Russia unveiled immense geometric patterns, mysteries recently brought to light by the watchful eyes of satellites. And in the sun-baked deserts of the Middle East, the works of the old men, vast networks of wheels and kites, spoke of ancient ingenuity and communal effort. Even in Australia, the modern enigma of the Moray Man echoed the deep, enduring traditions of indigenous ground art, and across the immense Sahara, whispers of hidden patterns still call to us. This incredible journey, spanning continents and millennia, reveals not just a collection of isolated curiosities, but a profound global tapestry woven by the hands of countless ancient peoples, As we reflect on this astonishing diversity, a quiet understanding begins to emerge. There are powerful, unifying themes that connect these seemingly disparate creations. Threads of shared human experience that transcend geographical and cultural boundaries. It is a moment for gentle contemplation, allowing the echoes of all these ancient sites to softly intertwine in our minds, forming a cohesive picture of humanity's deep and enduring connection to the Earth and the cosmos. One of the most striking commonalities that binds these monumental earthworks together is their sheer, audacious scale. Whether it is the hundreds of meters of the Nazca figures, the 115-meter Atacama giant, the quarter-mile length of the Serpent Mound, or the kilometers-long kites in the Middle East, these artworks are consistently immense. They are not designed for intimate, close-up viewing, but for a grand, sweeping perspective. This monumental scale speaks volumes about the collective vision and coordinated labor required for their creation. Imagine the dedication of entire communities, sometimes over generations, working in unison. Without the benefit of modern machinery, driven by a purpose so profound that it commanded such immense effort, it is a quiet testament to the enduring power of human collective endeavor, a harmonious blend of individual skill and shared societal will, all orchestrated on a canvas that dwarfs our everyday experience. This monumental scale, in turn, leads us to the most central and enigmatic commonality: their undeniable visibility from above. Almost without exception, the true form and breathtaking precision of these geoglyphs and earthworks are only fully revealed when viewed from an aerial perspective. From a hill, a cliff, a specially constructed platform, or, as in our modern age, from an aircraft or satellite, these designs suddenly coalesce into coherent, meaningful images. This scene from the sky aspect has been the most profound and persistent mystery, sparking wonder and prompting endless speculation. Why would ancient peoples, without the seemingly obvious means of aerial observation during construction, dedicate such immense effort to creating art for an audience far above the earthly realm? This shared characteristic across such diverse cultures suggests a fundamental, perhaps even universal, human or spiritual inclination to create for something beyond immediate human perception, a silent dialogue with the heavens, a profound message for an unseen recipient. Moreover, many of these geoglyphs, from the intricate designs of Nazca to the winding curves of the Serpent Mound, consistently hint at possible astronomical alignments. The meticulous orientation of certain lines, the precise positioning of geometric features, or the specific forms of zoomorphic figures often correlate with significant celestial events. The solstices, equinoxes, or the rising and setting of important stars and constellations. For ancient societies, deeply reliant on the cycles of nature for survival and spiritual guidance, the sky was a living calendar, a celestial clock that governed their lives. Etching this profound knowledge onto the land transformed the earth into a vast open-air observatory, a sophisticated instrument for tracking time and predicting agricultural seasons. This shared impulse to connect earth with sky, to mirror the cosmos upon the terrestrial canvas, speaks to a deeply ingrained human desire to understand our place in the universe, and to weave the rhythms of the heavens into the very fabric of our earthly existence. It is a quiet, shared wisdom, echoing across continents, inviting us to contemplate the silent dance between humanity and the stars. As our quiet aerial pilgrimage across the globe gently draws to this moment of reflection, we can now look back at the incredible mosaic of earthworks we've encountered. From the intricate animal forms and vast geometric lines of Nazca and Palpa in Peru, to the solitary, colossal figure of the Atacama giant in Chile. We journeyed to the sinuous serpent mound and other powerful effigy mounds of North America, then soared over the ancient chalk-carved figures of England, the Uffington White Horse and the Cerne Abbas giant. Our exploration took us to the immense, recently unveiled geometric wonders of the Kazakh and Russian steppes, and the sprawling, enigmatic works of the old men in the Middle Eastern deserts. Finally, we touched upon the modern mystery of the Murray Man and the profound ground art traditions of indigenous Australia, before contemplating the vast, hidden potentials of the African Sahara. This breathtaking array of monumental land art, spanning continents and millennia, underscores a truly universal human impulse. Despite the vast geographical distances and the sheer expanse of time separating their creators, we begin to discern profound commonalities, unifying threads woven through this global tapestry of earth art. One of the most striking is, of course, the monumental scale. Whether it is a hummingbird stretching 100 meters, a serpent winding for a quarter of a mile, or geometric patterns spanning kilometers, these are creations designed to impress, to awe, and to endure. They speak of organized societies, capable of coordinating immense collective labor and sharing a grand, unified vision, a quiet testament to their ingenuity and cooperative spirit. The sheer effort involved across so many disparate cultures is a powerful echo of shared human capabilities, a gentle reminder of what we can achieve when working in harmony. And woven through almost every example we have serenely observed is the central, most profound mystery, their visibility from above. This is the thread that truly connects all these disparate geoglyphs, from the perfect outlines of Nazca that only make sense from the air, to the vast geometric structures in Kazakhstan unveiled by satellite, to the English hill figures that reveal their form from distant valleys or opposing hills. Even the works of the old men in the Middle East demand an aerial perspective to comprehend their intricate networks. This shared characteristic sparks the deepest questions within us. Who was the intended observer? Was it a human, viewing from an elevated platform, or a scaffold long since vanished? Or were these messages truly meant for a celestial audience, for deities, ancestors, or spirits inhabiting the sky? This fundamental scene from the sky aspect continues to resonate with a quiet, alluring enigma, inviting us to ponder the ancient minds that conceived such grand, ethereal visions. A further commonality that emerges from our journey is the pervasive theme of possible astronomical alignments. The Great Serpent Mound, with its precise orientation to solstices and lunar cycles, is a prime example. But echoes of this celestial connection are also found in the potential calendar functions of some Nazca figures, the sun god motif of the Atacama giant, and theories surrounding the layouts of some Middle Eastern wheels for ancient agrarian or nomadic societies, deeply reliant on the rhythms of the cosmos for their survival and spiritual understanding. The sky was a profound guide. Etching these alignments into the very earth would have been a monumental act of scientific and spiritual significance, transforming the landscape into an immense open-air observatory. It speaks to a shared human desire across time and place to understand our position in the universe, to mark the passage of time, and to find meaning in the silent, shimmering dance of the stars, a quiet contemplation of our place within the vast cosmic order. Finally, a deep, underlying current of ritualistic significance flows through almost all these ancient earthworks. Whether they were sacred processional routes, places for ceremonial gatherings, offerings to deities, or memorials to ancestors, the act of creating and interacting with these geoglyphs was almost certainly imbued with profound spiritual meaning. The immense labor and precision involved suggest a reverence that transcended mere aesthetics. These were acts of devotion, of prayer, of communication with forces larger than themselves. From the ceremonial paths of Nazca to the spirit animal effigies of North America and the potential sacred spaces of the Middle Eastern wheels, there is a consistent echo of humanity's enduring spiritual quest. They are silent, collective declarations of faith and purpose, connecting the earthly realm with the divine, a profound testament to the universal human impulse to seek meaning, to worship, and to leave a lasting, sacred mark upon the very canvas of our world, inviting us to drift into a deep, peaceful understanding as our serene aerial journey gracefully circles back, having traversed continents and millennia, from the ancient Peruvian deserts to the rolling hills of Ohio, the vast steppes of Central Asia, the stark landscapes of the Middle East, the unique outback of Australia, and the boundless Sahara. We now pause. This is a moment to gently gather the threads of wonder we have encountered, to weave them into a single, cohesive tapestry of human ingenuity and spiritual yearning. We have seen monumental art etched into the very surface of our world, a testament to countless hands, quiet minds, and shared visions across disparate cultures and immense stretches of time. This global perspective allows us to reflect on the incredible variety of geoglyphs we have encountered, from the intricate animal forms of Nazca and Palpa, to the solitary grandeur of the Atacama giant, the sinuous power of the serpent mound, the stylized grace of the Uffington white horse, the enigmatic geometric patterns of Kazakhstan, the sprawling stone networks of the works of the old men, and the modern mystery of the Murray man. Each site is unique. Yet, within this diversity, profound commonalities emerge, whispering to us of a shared human impulse, a universal language written on the earth itself. One of the most striking common threads woven through this global tapestry is the sheer monumental scale of these creations. Whether it is a hummingbird stretching for hundreds of feet in Peru, a serpent winding for a quarter mile in Ohio, or ancient squares spanning kilometers in Kazakhstan, these geoglyphs consistently defy the immediate human scale. They speak of a vision that transcends the individual, demanding collective effort, precise planning, and a deep understanding of how to work with the land on an epic scale. This monumental ambition is a quiet declaration, an enduring statement from our ancestors that some messages, some expressions of belief, required a canvas as vast as the earth itself. It suggests that these were not fleeting sketches, but profound, lasting statements meant to endure for ages. And perhaps the most profound commonality, the central enigma that has guided our entire journey, is the undeniable fact that these monumental artworks were made to be seen from above. This unifying theme echoes across every continent we've visited. How could the Nazca artists in Peru, without modern flight, conceptualize and execute figures visible only from the sky? How did the builders of the Serpent Mound ensure its precise astronomical alignments from a ground-level perspective? Or how were the colossal wheels and kites of the Middle East, stretching for miles, intended to be fully perceived? This consistent scene from the sky aspect prompts us to gently ponder the aerial perspective of their creators. Was it for the eyes of deities, celestial beings, or perhaps to communicate with a broader, cosmic order? This shared mystery gently binds all these disparate sites together, inviting us to contemplate a collective human experience of looking upward for inspiration, for guidance, or for meaning. Furthermore, a significant number of these geoglyphs share the intriguing commonality of possible astronomical alignments. the precise orientation of the serpent mound to solstices and lunar cycles, the potential celestial connections of some Nazca figures like the spider, and the inferred calendar function of the Atacama giant all point to a profound ancient understanding of the cosmos. For agrarian or nomadic societies, tracking the movements of the sun, moon, and stars was not merely an academic pursuit. It was fundamental to survival, dictating planting seasons, migration patterns, and ceremonial timings. These earthworks, therefore, might have functioned as immense, open-air observatories, silent calendars etched into the land, connecting the earthly rhythms of life with the grand, predictable dance of the heavens. It is a quiet testament to the intellectual curiosity and observational prowess of our ancient ancestors, their profound desire to understand their place within the vast cosmic order. Lastly, and perhaps most universally, these geoglyphs across the globe resonate with deep ritualistic significance. Whether they were sacred pathways for processions in Peru, sites for tribal ceremonies in North America, or funerary monuments in the Middle East, these earthworks were almost certainly imbued with spiritual meaning. They were not merely decorative, they were active components of ancient belief systems, physical manifestations of prayers, offerings, or expressions of reverence. The act of creating them, often demanding immense collective labor, could have been a powerful communal ritual in itself, reinforcing social bonds and shared spiritual identities. They are quiet echoes of a time when the sacred and the mundane were inextricably intertwined, when the earth was a living entity, and human actions on its surface held profound meaning for the seen and unseen worlds. These shared ritualistic threads connect us all to the enduring human impulse to seek meaning, to connect with something larger than ourselves, and to express that connection in monumental, lasting ways, inviting us to find deep, quiet peace in this universal human story. As we continue to drift, let us carry this profound understanding, letting these ancient whispers guide us further into tranquil slumber. Our journey so far has taken us across vast continents and through countless millennia, revealing a spectacular and often enigmatic tapestry of human creativity etched into the very surface of our planet. From the sun-baked plains of Nazca and Palpa in Peru, with their delicate hummingbirds and mysterious anthropomorphic figures, to the solitary grandeur of the Atacama giant in Chile, each site has whispered its own unique story. We have traversed the rolling hills of North America, where the sinuous form of the great serpent mound tracks celestial movements, and other effigy mounds stand as silent guardians. Our aerial gaze then drifted to the ancient chalk hills of England, where the Uffington White Horse and the Cerne Abos giant speak of different traditions and intriguing debates. Further eastward, the immense geometric patterns of Kazakhstan and the sprawling works of the old men in the Middle Eastern deserts unveiled secrets of monumental scale. Finally, to touch upon the modern enigma of the Murray Man and the profound indigenous ground art of Australia, and the subtle, elusive patterns of the Sahara. As we pause in our gentle journey, allowing these images to softly settle in our minds, a remarkable pattern begins to emerge. Despite the vast geographical distances, the distinct cultures, and the varied techniques employed, there are striking commonalities that bind these disparate earthworks together, weaving them into a single, profound narrative of human endeavor. One of the most immediately apparent of these unifying themes is the sheer monumental scale. Whether it is a Nazca spider stretching for hundreds of feet, the 115-meter Atacama giant, the nearly quarter-mile serpent mound, or the kilometer-long kites in the Middle East, these creations consistently defy the modest scale of individual human effort. They are not merely drawings. They are landscape transformations, requiring immense collective labor, meticulous planning, and a shared vision that often transcended a single generation. This monumental ambition speaks to a fundamental human impulse to create something enduring, something that would resonate far beyond their immediate lives, a quiet testament to our species' capacity for grand, collaborative projects. It invites us to softly ponder the dedication of countless individuals working in unison, guided by a vision that united them, leaving a legacy that still evokes quiet wonder today. Another profound commonality, and indeed the very central theme of our journey, is the undeniable aspect of visibility from above. Time and again, we have observed that many of these geoglyphs, from the intricate patterns of Nazca to the vast geometric forms in Kazakhstan, are utterly incomprehensible from the ground. They resolve into their intended shapes, their full artistic and symbolic power unveiled only when viewed from an elevated perspective. This raises the most fundamental questions. For whom were they created? Was it for human observers on scaffolds or nearby high points, creating a sense of awe and spiritual connection? Or were they intended for something more profound, something celestial perhaps, for gods, ancestral spirits, or even as messages directed towards the cosmos itself? This enduring mystery of their aerial perspective serves as a powerful thread, subtly connecting these diverse sites, suggesting a shared ancient worldview that looked beyond the immediate horizon, aspiring to communicate with the heavens or to be seen by forces unseen from the earthly plane. It's a quiet, humbling thought that our ancient ancestors envisioned an audience far above and shaped their world accordingly. Furthermore, a significant number of these geoglyphs across different continents exhibit possible astronomical alignments, hinting at a deep and sophisticated understanding of celestial mechanics. The Nazca lines, with their potential connections to solstices and constellations, the precise orientation of the Great Serpent Mound to sunrises and sunsets, and the suggested astronomical functions of some of the wheels in the Middle East and the geometric patterns in Kazakhstan, all point to a shared ancient pursuit. For agrarian societies, or indeed any culture deeply dependent on natural cycles, tracking the movements of the sun, moon, and stars was not merely an academic exercise. It was vital for survival, for determining planting seasons, for predicting rainfall, and for organizing their ceremonial calendars. These geoglyphs, therefore, may have served as colossal, open-air observatories, monumental calendars etched into the earth, reflecting a profound harmony between human knowledge, spiritual belief, and the silent, rhythmic dance of the cosmos. It is a quiet testament to the intellectual curiosity and observational prowess of our ancient ancestors, who found ways to write the language of the stars upon the earth itself. Finally, the pervasive theme of ritualistic significance weaves through almost every geoglyph we have explored. Whether it was the ceremonial pathways of Nazca, the guardian presence of the Atacama giant, the sacred spaces of the North American effigy mounds, the possible fertility rites associated with the Cern Abbas giant, or the deep spiritual connection of indigenous Australian ground art, these earthworks were almost never purely decorative. They were integral to the spiritual lives of their creators, serving as places of worship, sites for initiation ceremonies, funerary monuments, or symbols of divine power. They were tangible connections to the sacred, manifestations of complex cosmologies, and expressions of a profound reverence for the unseen forces that governed their world. This shared human impulse to imbue the land with spiritual meaning, to create sacred spaces that transcended the mundane, resonates deeply across cultures and time, reminding us of our shared human journey to find purpose and connection in a vast and mysterious universe. We can feel a quiet, ancient echo of devotion and belief in every line, every stone, every shaped mound, inviting us to reflect on our own place within this grand, timeless narrative. This first part of our global synthesis brings us to a serene understanding. Geoglyphs are not isolated anomalies, but rather diverse manifestations of deeply rooted, universal human tendencies. They are testaments to our ingenuity, our spiritual depth, and our enduring desire to leave a mark, to communicate, and to connect with the cosmos, always framed within the calm, patient embrace of the Earth itself. As we continue to drift, allowing these overarching themes to gently settle in our minds, we prepare to explore the divergent purposes, the unique expressions that also make these global wonders so captivating, while we have quietly observed the remarkable common threads that weave through the global tapestry of geoglyphs, their monumental scale, their undeniable visibility from above, their often profound astronomical alignments, and their deep ritualistic significance. It is equally fascinating to gently explore the divergent, yet equally compelling, purposes they served. Each culture, in its unique corner of the world, imbued its earthworks with specific meanings that reflected its immediate needs, its spiritual worldview, and its relationship with the land and the cosmos. These variations are not contradictions, but rather beautiful facets of a shared human impulse, expressed in a myriad of ways. Consider, for instance, the many geoglyphs that undoubtedly served as sophisticated calendars. While we touched upon astronomical alignments as a common theme, their purpose was often rooted in the pragmatic and sacred cycles of life. For ancient agrarian societies, the Earth itself became a vast instrument to track the precise timing of solstices and equinoxes, crucial for knowing when to plant seeds, when to harvest, or when to prepare for seasonal migrations. These colossal terrestrial clocks allowed communities to harmonize their lives with the rhythms of the heavens, ensuring survival and prosperity. Imagine the quiet, collective wisdom of generations, meticulously observing the sun's path and the moon's dance, and then inscribing that knowledge onto the earth, a tangible open-air almanac for all to see from above, a silent, celestial guide for their very existence. Then there are the geoglyphs, whose forms suggest they were pathways or vital navigational aids. In the vast, often featureless deserts of Peru or the arid expanses of the Middle East, a colossal design visible from afar could have guided ancient travelers, marking a safe route, indicating the presence of a precious water source, or delineating a ceremonial route leading to a sacred destination. The kites of the Middle East, with their long guiding walls, while primarily animal traps, also functioned as defined pathways, directing both hunter and prey across the landscape. These geoglyphs transformed immense, often perilous, territories into navigable maps, etched not on parchment, but into the very ground. They whisper of arduous journeys, of ancient trade routes, and of the human ingenuity to master even the most challenging environments. A quiet assurance to those who sought direction under the vast, unwavering sky. Many others were undoubtedly powerful spiritual symbols, direct expressions of profound belief systems. The animal effigies, whether the Nazca monkey or the North American bird mounds, often represented deities, ancestral spirits, or totemic emblems meant to communicate with the divine or to imbue the land with sacred power. The Cern Abbas giant, despite its debated age, is strongly linked to fertility, a primal human concern. These earthworks were not merely art to be admired. They were active participants in ritual, sacred offerings, or physical manifestations of prayer, meant to be seen by the gods or ancestors in the heavens, bridging the earthly and the divine. They speak to the universal human desire to connect with something greater than ourselves, to leave a mark that resonates with spiritual truth, a silent dialogue between humanity and the cosmos. And in some instances, geoglyphs may have even served as territorial markers, delineating the boundaries of ancient clans, tribes, or settled communities. In a world without clear maps or written deeds, a colossal symbol etched into the land could have acted as a powerful, unambiguous declaration of ownership or influence. These markers, visible from a distance, would have communicated silently to neighbors and outsiders alike, establishing a presence and a claim to the land's resources. While perhaps a more pragmatic purpose than some, it still represents a profound way of interacting with and defining one's place within the natural world, a tangible assertion of identity on a grand scale. This aspect gently reminds us that even practical needs can inspire monumental, sky-facing art. Finally, some geoglyphs might have functioned as storytelling devices or massive mnemonic aids, visually narrating creation myths, important historical events, or the travels of ancestral beings across the landscape. Indigenous Australian ground art, for example, is intimately connected to songlines and the dreaming, embodying complex narratives that are both geographical and spiritual. Imagine an entire landscape transformed into a living library, its contours and etched patterns serving as reminders for elaborate oral traditions passed down through countless generations. These earthworks become giant textbooks, silently teaching and preserving the collective memory of a people, ensuring their stories endure for all time, seen by both those on the ground and those who gaze from above, a timeless legacy. The exploration of these divergent purposes ultimately reinforces the astonishing depth and breadth of the human impulse behind these creations. Despite the vast differences in culture, geography, and specific needs, a unifying thread remains: the profound desire to shape the world around us, to infuse the landscape with meaning, and to communicate across vast distances, whether to fellow humans, to future generations, or to the very heavens themselves. These varied functions are not contradictory, they are complementary, revealing the multifaceted ways ancient humanity engaged with their environment, their beliefs, and their place in the universe. They are a quiet, enduring testament to our shared human spirit, perpetually seeking connection, purpose, and expression on the grandest scale imaginable. As we gently absorb these insights, we find a deep, quiet peace in this shared human legacy, allowing the wisdom of the ancients to softly resonate within us. As our quiet, global tapestry of earthworks continues to unfold, revealing the profound and varied ways ancient humanity has shaped its world. And as we gently consider the whispers of Africa's vast deserts, we now arrive at a pivotal moment in our journey. We have traversed continents and millennia, from the intricate animal figures of Nazca in Peru to the solitary grandeur of the Atacama giant in Chile. We have drifted over the cosmic alignments of North America's Serpent Mound, marveled at England's mysterious chalk figures, pondered the immense geometric patterns hidden in the Kazakh steppes, and explored the sprawling stone networks of the Middle East's works of the old men. Our gaze has also embraced the modern enigma of Australia's Moray Man and the profound, living ground art traditions of Indigenous Australians, and considered the subtle, natural patterns of the Sahara. This vast, silent gallery of earth art encountered across the globe, now invites us to a moment of deep, overarching reflection. What threads connect these seemingly disparate creations, spanning such immense distances and epochs? Despite their varied forms, techniques, and cultural contexts, a striking set of commonalities emerges, reminding us of a shared human impulse, a universal language etched into the very fabric of our planet. The most immediately apparent, and indeed the central theme of our entire journey, is their monumental scale and the undeniable fact of their visibility from above. Each of these geoglyphs, whether a delicate hummingbird or a sprawling square, was conceived and executed on a scale that transcended ground-level perspective. They were literally made to be seen from the sky. This profound aspect consistently raises the same quiet question: who was the intended observer? Was it the watchful eye of a distant deity, the guiding spirit of an ancestor, or perhaps an advanced human perspective we can only dimly imagine from our ancient past? This shared characteristic deeply unifies these ancient wonders, linking them in a silent, cosmic dialogue beyond their sheer size and aerial perspective. Another powerful commonality weaves through many of these sites: the unmistakable suggestion of astronomical alignments. From the precise solstices and equinoxes marked by the Serpent Mound, to the potential celestial coordinates embedded within some Nazca figures, and the possible stellar maps represented by certain Middle Eastern wheels, ancient peoples across the globe looked to the heavens for guidance and meaning. Their deep understanding of the cosmos, painstakingly accumulated over generations, was often transcribed onto the terrestrial canvas. This wasn't merely a scientific endeavor, it was a spiritual one, connecting the human realm to the silent, shimmering dance of the sun, moon, and stars. Imagine the quiet awe of ancient stargazers charting the celestial clockwork and then immortalizing that knowledge in enduring earthen forms, a profound testament to their respect for the universal order. Furthermore, the vast majority of geoglyphs we have encountered, whether explicit or implied, carry a deep, ritualistic and spiritual significance. The Nazca lines were likely ceremonial pathways or offerings to sky gods. The Atacama giant could have been a spiritual guardian. The North American effigy mounds were integral to ancestral beliefs and sacred gatherings. Even the works of the old men, beyond their practical hunting function, might have held ritualistic components within their stone circles. This pervasive presence of spiritual meaning underscores a fundamental human desire to connect with forces greater than ourselves, to seek understanding of our place in the cosmos, and to mark sacred spaces with enduring symbols of devotion. These ancient artworks are not just historical curiosities, they are profound expressions of faith, hope, and humanity's enduring spiritual quest, gently urging us to reflect on our own place within the vastness of the universe as we drift towards deeper understanding and serene rest. As our quiet journey has gently guided us across continents and through millennia, from the sun-baked plains of Nazca to the rolling hills of North America, from the stark deserts of the Middle East to the vast ancient landscapes of Australia and the tantalizing whispers of Africa, we find ourselves now at a moment of soft reflection. We have witnessed an incredible variety of geoglyphs, each unique in its form, method of creation, and cultural context, yet all united by a profound, shared human impulse. It is time to weave these disparate threads into a cohesive global tapestry, to see the grand pattern that emerges when we contemplate these sky-facing artworks from a truly universal perspective. What do these silent, enduring marks tell us about humanity's ancient heart, its dreams, and its unwavering connection to the earth and the cosmos? First, let us gently acknowledge the undeniable commonality that binds almost all these monumental creations, their sheer, awe-inspiring scale. From the delicate, yet immense, hummingbird of Nazca, stretching nearly 100 meters, to the colossal Atacama giant, dominating a Chilean hillside at 115 meters, and the serpentine coils of Ohio's Serpent Mound extending almost a quarter of a mile, these are not small, intimate artworks. They are deliberate, monumental statements, designed to leave an indelible mark on the landscape. And beyond these figures, we have encountered the vast, geometric patterns of Kazakhstan, spanning hundreds of meters, and the sprawling networks of wheels and kites in the Middle Eastern deserts, sometimes stretching for kilometers. This consistent commitment to immense scale, across wildly different cultures and geographies, speaks to a powerful, shared vision, a desire to create something that transcends the immediate, something that truly lasts, a quiet testament to the collective effort and ambition of ancient societies. And then, there is the central, most profound mystery that unites them all: their inherent visibility from above. Whether meticulously crafted on flat plains, like Nazca, subtly shaped on hillsides, like Palpa and the Atacama giant, carved into chalk, like the Uffington White Horse, or meticulously formed earthworks in North America, they share this crucial design principle. From the ground, many of these immense creations are incomprehensible, a jumble of lines or subtle undulations. It is only when we ascend, when we gain that aerial perspective, that their true form, their astonishing precision, and their breathtaking beauty are fully revealed. This undeniable fact compels us to ask, once more, that silent question: for whom were these monumental artworks truly intended? For ancient sky gods, for ancestral spirits observing from the heavens, or perhaps for human eyes viewing from temporary platforms, or as guides for unseen journeys? The seen from the sky aspect is not merely a characteristic, it is the very essence of their enigma, a quiet whisper across time, inviting us to look up, to wonder, and to contemplate the profound purpose behind such a unique form of artistic expression. Another recurring theme, echoing through many of these ancient sites, is the compelling possibility of astronomical alignments. We observed how the Great Serpent Mound in Ohio seems to precisely track the solstices and moonrises, transforming it into a vast earthen calendar. Similarly, some of the Nazca figures, like the elegant spider, are thought to point to specific celestial events or constellations, serving as a sophisticated means for tracking time and predicting agricultural cycles in their desert environment. Even among the enigmatic wheels of the Middle East, some researchers suggest alignments with celestial bodies, hinting at their function as ancient observatories or ritual spaces connected to the cosmos. This profound human impulse to map the heavens onto the earth, to find order and meaning in the silent dance of the stars and planets, seems to be a universal thread woven through the tapestry of geoglyph creation. It speaks to a deep ancestral wisdom, a quiet understanding that life on Earth was intricately connected to the cosmic rhythms above, and that marking these connections on the land was an act of both science and deep reverence. Finally, as we reflect on these global wonders, we cannot ignore the pervasive presence of ritualistic significance. Whether it was the proposed ceremonial pathways of Nazca, where communities might have walked in sacred procession, or the effigy mounds of North America, serving as gathering places for spiritual rites and honoring animal spirits, the spiritual dimension is almost always present. Even the more practical kites in the Middle East, designed for hunting, could have been accompanied by rituals, prayers for a successful harvest, or blessings for the land. The The sheer effort involved in creating these monumental artworks, often spanning generations, suggests a purpose far beyond mere aesthetics. They were acts of profound devotion, collective prayers etched into the earth, designed to communicate with deities, honor ancestors, or simply to express a deeply held cosmology. This enduring human desire to connect with the sacred, to leave a mark that speaks to forces seen and unseen, resonates deeply across all these ancient sites, transforming the earth into a vast open-air temple, a silent, powerful testament to the spiritual heart of humanity. As we continue to drift, allowing these themes to gently settle in our minds, we feel a serene connection to the ancient past, a quiet appreciation for the universal human spirit that looked to the sky for inspiration and etched its deepest beliefs into the very canvas of our world. As we gently reflect on the grand tapestry of geoglyphs we have traversed, observing their shared monumental scale, their undeniable visibility from the sky, their often intricate astronomical alignments, and their deep ritualistic significance, a deeper question softly emerges. While these common threads weave through our journey, what about their divergent purposes? What distinct intentions and motivations led different ancient cultures to etch their unique marks upon the earth? It is in these variations, these nuanced expressions of human ingenuity, that we find an even richer understanding of our ancient past, inviting us to explore the kaleidoscope of human meaning-making with a calm and open heart. For some cultures, as we have already gently explored, these vast earthworks functioned with the precision of ancient calendars. Imagine the Nazca lines, or the coils of the Great Serpent Mound, not merely as art, but as living, breathing instruments meticulously designed to track the subtle dance of the sun, moon, and stars across the sky. In agrarian societies, a deep, predictive understanding of celestial cycles was paramount for survival, dictating planting and harvesting seasons, forecasting weather patterns, and marking the appropriate times for ceremonies. The earth itself became a monumental timepiece, its lines and figures silently recording the passage of days and seasons, a sophisticated wisdom etched into the land, guiding generations through the rhythms of life. This profound practicality, married with monumental artistry, showcases a human impulse to understand and integrate with the natural world on the grandest possible scale. Then there are the pathways, both practical and ceremonial, that some geoglyphs seem to delineate. Consider the possibility that some of the extensive lines at Nazca were not just symbolic, but actual processional routes, where ancient communities would walk during sacred ceremonies, their footsteps tracing spiritual journeys across the desert. Or perhaps, like some theories surrounding the Atacama giant, certain large figures or geometric patterns acted as vital guides, territorial markers, or navigational aids for ancient travelers, traders, or nomadic peoples traversing vast, often featureless landscapes. Imagine a beacon of stone or a cleared path, visible from afar, leading weary travelers to precious water sources, safe havens, or trade rendezvous points. In a world without maps, as we know them, these monumental landmarkings became indispensable guides, weaving human movement into the very fabric of the earth, connecting distant communities and shaping ancient routes of commerce and cultural exchange. Beyond practicality, many geoglyphs undeniably served as powerful spiritual symbols, direct expressions of deep cosmological beliefs and reverence for the divine. The animals of Nazca, the majestic serpent mound, or the anthropomorphic figures of Palpa and Atacama were likely much more than mere images. They were embodiments of deities, ancestral spirits, or totemic representations of clans and sacred powers. The act of creating these colossal symbols was itself a profound ritual, an offering to the gods, a plea for fertility, protection, or abundance. They were silent prayers, etched into the earth to be seen by beings beyond the earthly realm, a grand dialogue between humanity and the heavens. This deeply spiritual impulse speaks to a universal human need to connect with something larger than ourselves, to find meaning in the vastness of existence, and to leave a lasting mark of devotion that transcends the ephemeral nature of human life. And let us not forget the powerful role of storytelling devices. Imagine an ancient landscape not just as terrain, but as a vast, living book, its pages inscribed with the epic narratives of creation, the adventures of ancestral heroes, or the foundational myths of a people. Some geoglyphs, especially those depicting figures or integrated with natural features, could have served as visual aids for oral traditions, helping to transmit complex knowledge and cultural memory from one generation to the next. They might have been monumental illustrations, reinforcing shared histories and spiritual teachings, ensuring that the stories that defined a people endured across time, etched into the very ground they called home. This subtle, yet profound, function transforms the geoglyphs into living libraries, silent echoes of ancient voices, patiently waiting for us to interpret their timeless tales. Ultimately, whether these geoglyphs functioned as calendars, pathways, spiritual symbols, territorial markers, or storytelling devices, they all underscore a shared human impulse that resonates across all cultures and continents. The innate desire to leave a lasting mark, to communicate meaning beyond the transient moment, and to connect the earthly realm with the celestial. From the arid deserts of Peru to the windswept steppes of Asia, from the chalk hills of England to the ancient landscapes of North America, human hands, driven by profound purpose, have consistently reshaped the earth to reflect their deepest beliefs, their most pressing needs, and their most enduring dreams. These diverse purposes, far from diminishing the mystery, enrich it, revealing the incredible complexity and ingenuity of our ancient ancestors. They remind us that while the specific reasons may diverge, the underlying human spirit to observe, to interpret, to create, and to connect remains a beautiful, constant thread woven throughout our shared global heritage. We find a deep sense of peace in contemplating this universal human quest for meaning, allowing these ancient whispers to guide us into tranquil reflection and restful slumber.